Good morning, Daddy.
Praise the Lord. How are you, sir?
Fine, Daddy. Good morning, Daddy.
Amen. In Jesus' name, we are going to get a bright result.
Thank you, Daddy. When I hear this your call and prayers, Daddy is very dear to me. And like I keep saying, if this works, you people will never regret this support.
Amen. Amen.
You know.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Thank you, Daddy.
We look forward to God's intervention.
Amen, Daddy. Daddy, I need you to speak to the people in the Southwest. Your people in the Southwest and Kwara.
Okay. I've been in touch with Kwara people.
The Christians in the Southwest and Kwara. This is a religious war.
I believe that. You know, I did the release, Nigeria Going Forward.
Yes.
And I'm coming out with the second one today.
Thank you, Daddy.
I wanted it out before when they won't have any time to do damage control.
Thank you, Daddy.
So, but in the name of Jesus, this project shall succeed.
Amen.
You know what I said into this one? A sickly nation like Nigeria will require a strong and healthy personality.
Thank you, sir.
And I said anyone whose source of wealth cannot be verified should not have access to governance, particularly in a draining economy like Nigeria. So all we are doing is appealing to the wisdom and conscience of people.
Thank you, Daddy.
To know where to go.
Thank you, Daddy.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkọ́bí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóyè ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóyè ẹlòkò. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀lé, wọ́n á fi jóyè aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀. Wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàgbàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, lọ bá ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé, àgétì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ.
Waiting to where in they go? Postpone what? The revolution to when? 2027. What's that supposed to mean? Like it is his sole decision to sit down and think about it and not get the pulse of the obedience before he goes out to say that. If he didn't have any other thing to say, he should have just kept quiet. We've been waiting for him to come and do this press conference. Okay, he has come out. If he did not have any, he should have just left it. Waiting they postpone. We they talk say one be opposition. Waiting opposition they do apart from talk. Waiting opposition fit do apart from say we come out then go do this one, we'll come out, we'll condemn this one, we'll condemn the other. Waiting again. We are the ones who have been saying that this election, that this so-called Tinubu's government is not the same with Buhari's government. We know how demonic, we know how wicked, we know how demeaning Buhari's government was. But we have said the Tinubu's government is like 1 trillion times over. And we have said it is not just about the hike in food prices. It is not just about the economic degradation that is going on in Nigeria. This is not what Tinubu's government is all about. We're talking about a country that is turned into drug addiction. Come to Kanu where I stay, come and see drugs on the move. Come and see it. I say last 3 months, for road like this, then catch boy wey hold cocaine, pick him. And you're saying postpone waiting to waiting. We're talking about forgery. Do we think the forgery that is going to start going on is going to be Summer's type? Do we think that's what it is going to be? We're talking about the Muslim ticket, and we're talking about all the handwritings on the wall that these people are showing us that there's going to be an invasion soon in Nigeria. And somebody's telling me to move from when to when? Postpone what revolution? To what year? Does he think that I put my life on the line from last year into the elections for me to come and move to where, for goodness sake? Who does he think he is to come and tell me to postpone the revolution? Who does he think to do that to me? Who does he think to come and say that? He's in no place to make that decision alone. He didn't move in this movement alone. He should not make that decision on his own. It's not in his place. We were supposed to have a meeting with Peter Obi in September. He said he had a meeting that clashed with the date. Why didn't it get to October? At least talk to us first before coming out to make this press conference. At least get the pulse of his people first before going out to say what he said. Postpone the revolution to when? We are saying in 2027, we won't let them do what they did. We won't let them do what they did. For crying out loud. Can't we all see where we are going to? Can't we all see? See, somebody will say, okay, what did you expect Peter Obi to say? See, he should have just come out to say, okay, he has done the bit he can do, and this is where he's leaving it. Nigeria people, take your country by yourself. Make it live on for there for us. Not to come and tell us to postpone it. Postpone waiting. We'll consider just they talk, they analyze what in APC they do. They talk till 2027. Do we think it's going to be that easy? Do we think that's how easy it is going to be? No way. Please, whoever has his number, because the side get the number, for don't call and tell him. Tell him and say he not be in place for him to make that sole decision by himself. He had the people he was leading. He had meetings with us. This was the time to have that last meeting with us. If it was going to be the last meeting before coming out to make a press conference. Tell him that somebody said that, because I know I may nobody to him, but tell him somebody dared to say that. I yield the mic.
Orin àyájọ́ ni wọ́n dìde wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wá yẹn dà ká ní kó bá mi wá.
Respectfully differ, and it is within my fundamental human rights and constitutional rights to differ. The petition court and the Supreme Court, please quote me on this, did not actually affirm the success of Tinubu's presidency. They upheld the unconstitutionality of that election, and they are happy for it to remain so. And they have the power. Nobody can do anything about it. That is why we said it is an unreasonable show of force. If there was something we could do, we would stop it. But we are law-abiding citizens.
That is why I'm here sitting with you today and still complaining. I was not shaken one bit. I will never be shaken by certificate forgery, by forfeited money over narcotics. I will never be shaken by IREV switched off in the middle of the game when they saw us winning. Labour Party won 2023 presidential elections. No doubt about it. They are cheats, they are bullies, and they have taken full advantage of the situation in Nigeria. When you ask me what is the situation in Nigeria, I will go ahead and tell you some fundamental things that say why we are in this situation today. Right. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, but let me ask you this.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies, confuse them. Since I was born, but now I am 30 youth.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I'm going to be president of this country, whether I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. And there it is right there. TikTok, and bang. And there it is. So that's the cap on it. So you see here, this is applying the cap. Let me show you. Let me unbuckle my water. So this is the cap right there, and that seals it right there. So that's it right there, and that is it right there. So the 2023 electoral cycle, it has come to an official end with Peter Obi waving the white flag. I'm sure you saw it. Hopefully, I wouldn't have to play it again. It's about 10-15 minutes, but nothing significant was said. The first half of Peter Obi's speech was essentially to regurgitate what Atiku Abubakar had already told us. The drug dealer, the first certificate for, the usual, their mantra. He mantra chanted for the first half, and then in the second half, he gave direction to his space. So he mantra chanted the first half and gave direction to his space the second half. So the mantra chanting, you can go, I refer you to any previous Peter Obi's output over the last however many months. Whatever I said there was what he said in the first half. But the second half of Peter Obi's speech was to tell his space that they are now an opposition party. You saw that clip that I played, so you already see the response of his space. So he told his space that the election has come to an end. There is nowhere else to go. So really, the future to look forward to now is 2027. And the role they're going to play in the build-up to that 2027 is essentially an opposition role. So that is the capping off of everything now. So all the senior actors in that space, they've spoken. So Tinubu, of course, he claims his victory. He doesn't care. Atiku licks his wounds and returns to Abu Dhabi to continue to be the waziri of that space. And Peter Obi has now come out today and spoken. Not anything, there is really nothing that is said that caught anybody off guard. He pretty much said to the letter what the anticipation was that he would say. So everything he said was fairly predictable. So like we've always said, he had one of two options. He either rolls his adherents, his fanatics, he either rolls them onto the streets to get ensarsed, or he will redirect them towards 2027. So he has chosen to redirect them towards 2027, which of course, he is not going to, even if he participates, it won't matter. It's done anyway. Peter Obi is a done deal. Before we get into the meat of it, let me just explain this. Peter Obi is a done deal. So it was a one-shot deal that Peter Obi had in this particular cycle. One chance, as they say in Nigeria. It was a one-shot deal. And he blew it spectacularly, of course, or he did reasonably well, depending on how you're choosing to look at it. But however and whatever, it was a one-shot deal. So Peter Obi came into the fore to contend as a southern candidate when power was transiting to the south. Power did transit to the south, but not anywhere near wherever Peter Obi was. It transited to Bodilion, where Tinubu lives. So he packed his bags and moved to Aso Rock. So power transits to the south. So now Tinubu after going through all of everything that we have gone through, he's now in situation for the next 3.5 or nearly 4 years left. It's still roughly 4 years tenure left. So he's for the foreseeable president for years to come, for the short-term years to come. So now in 2027, what happens? Peter Obi comes out again, but how will that play out? So Tinubu is already in situation one. So that's the first thing. He has the power of incumbency. And we've only ever seen that fail once when Goodluck Jonathan was bullied out of office. Nobody is going to bully Tinubu out of anywhere. I think even his most fervent of enemies concedes that. Nobody is going to bully Tinubu out of anywhere. So Tinubu is not going to be bullied out of Aso Rock in 2027. So that's one. Tinubu is the person that is going to select the person that replaces Mahmoud Yakubu as the INEC chairman. That's two. But more importantly, the North is going to decide what happens in 2027. And the decision that they're going to make has no consideration for the Peter Obi narrative at all. Do you understand? Pause for a moment and suspend your prejudices and all your tribal jingoism and pack all of that nonsense to one side and listen to the logical flow through of what I'm explaining. The 2027 election is going to be decided by the North, the Northerners, and the Northerners, they will give no consideration to anything at all to do with Peter Obi or the Southeast. Do you understand? Let me explain. So now, in 2027, Tinubu would have served one term, and the Constitution only allows for two. So now, the decision that the North will have to make in 2027 is if they are able to present somebody from their region that is potent enough to wrestle power from the hands of Tinubu. If they are not able to present that person, then they will back Tinubu to serve the second term of his constitutional complement to serve 8 years. So that power will then transit to the North. They are not going to support Peter Obi in 2027 for exactly that same reason. If the North supports Peter Obi in 2027, then Peter Obi will have a complement of 2 terms, which is 8 years, to be president. So Tinubu would have served 4 years, and then if they support Peter Obi to replace him, he will serve 4 and a maximum 8 years. So potentially then the North will be out of power for 12 years, and they will not countenance that. So there will be no consideration whatsoever, and pack all your ethnic hoo-ha and all that. Don't bring that nonsense here. I don't have time for that. Just clear off. Don't do tribalism. Forget all that nonsense and listen to the logic of what I'm explaining to you. So don't bring nonsense. This is not the space for it. Just apply your brain to what I'm saying to you. What do you think the North will do in 2027? They will vote for Peter Obi so that he will serve 8 years and they will be out of power for 12 years? No. You know that. I know that. So Peter Obi is not a quantity anymore. It was a one-shot deal. I won't say he blew it, but he didn't get it. And that is it. And there is more to that, by the way, but I just don't want to upset people because what happened now, it signals to 32 years from now. Do you understand? Do you understand? You don't? You don't understand? What happened now, it signals to 32 years from now. Do you understand? Tinubu serves, it's almost a certainty, God sparing his life, that Tinubu will serve the full complement of 8 years. There is no doubt about that. Even if you, in your most warped of senses, you know that in the inner recesses of your mind, at that backspace, where the truth gnaws at your prejudices, you know that Tinubu is going to serve the full complement of 8 years. You know that. I know that. We all know that. We all know that. So when Tinubu now serves that 8 years, what miracle will prevent the Northerners from coming for the power? Of course, the power will transit back to the North, and that is 16 years. But then what happens in that 16 years? What will happen in that 16 years is that the South will come into play, and the Southwest will threaten them for it. Because this electoral cycle, it has made us condense the electoral worth of the Southeast. And the permutations, the realization is that the Southeast is not a deciding factor in the Nigerian presidency. We now know that categorically. We saw that in 2019. We've seen that in 2023. So we know that factually. So there is no permutation that permutates them into the front seat unless they are able to negotiate themselves at a nationalistic level, which they are not showing signals of that unless Soludo is able to come to the rescue. So in 16 years, power goes either back to the south-south or more likely to the southwest or more likely to the south-south. 8 years cycle again. So 8 years cycle again. It goes back to the north. That's another 16. So that's 32 years already accounted for. So, and that is the permutation. Whether you like it or not, those are the facts of the reality on the ground. You can continue to hoopla and do all this inane breakdancing and all this. Nobody cares. Has anybody cared about it? And then, no. Just wait for it. All that noise, all that raging and howling at the moon and gnashing at the teeth. Has anybody cared about it? Has it done anything? What is the end result? The end result still ultimately landed where everybody said it was ultimately going to land. And they bought the judiciary. They have gone to pay Fitch to say Nigeria is now credited. This is nonsense, isn't it? You are not serving any purpose other than just making vacuous noise. So you've made me rant more than I intended to. So let me play a little bit of music to break it up a bit. Let's listen to a bit of Hausa rap and when we get back.
I wish I go back to the old days when I used to be the kid in the 3rd grade, playing in the street with my homies all day. Cause we live so fast, now we can't relate. We come a long way, money can't wait. And no worry about a thing, happy all days. This is how we live, we cannot complain. And nobody leave, keep the old plans. Hey, when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty. Yo, go to phone it, Bonnie Bucket as your party. And when I'm better, Mingari Zuda Kari Party. Kodomin Moni Domin Darty. Yo, go to phone it, Bonnie Bucket as your party. Hey, Chuagamne Welly focus souvenir the film. Hanky wana hande, hanky jamambale sim. Minyala fija nangi jamaleng imbada tin. On saa kurang ala wura men ko jaro find. Sifty namo ala chifty ala ind. Idi now will the iwi.
And there it is. Shifty nama, shifty ala beam. So there it is. Shifty Nama, apologies for that mini rant. I don't know where that came from. That wasn't even how I intended to start the session. I just started talking and I just started to wind myself up. But let me calm myself down. Matters important. Tinubu reacts to Peter Obi's attack on Supreme Court, reveals why Nigerians rejected Labour candidates. So you've already seen the clip, so this is the follow-on from that clip. So I don't really need to read you or play you anything that Peter Obi said in his press conference. I suspect that you all saw it or you've all read it. So now the response. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has urged the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP to get himself another vocation after losing out at the 2023 general election. Tinubu stated this following Obi's World Press Conference, where he attacked the Supreme Court for affirming the election of the president. So it's just the heights of hypocrisy, isn't it? This same Supreme Court that has given Peter Obi verdict not once, not twice, but 3 times. So this same Supreme Court that has given him verdicts at least 3 times, they are now no longer fit for purpose, because they give a verdict against him. So this is the quality or lack thereof of the man. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has urged the presidential candidate of the Labour Party to get himself another vocation after losing out at the 2023 general election. Tinubu stated this following Obi's World Press Conference, where he attacked the Supreme Court for affirming the election of the president. This was contained in a statement cited by correspondents and issued by Bayo Ononuga, special advisor to the president on information and strategy, on Monday, November the 6th. Why Nigerians rejected Peter Obi? According to the statement, Nigerians rejected Obi because he is dangerous to the peace, progress, and stability of Nigeria. Our admonition to Mr. Peter Obi is to find another worthwhile vocation to engage his time henceforth, having been rejected by the majority of Nigerians who did not consider him qualified to lead our country. Nigerians rejected Peter Obi and his demagoguery at the polls because he posed present and future danger to the peace, progress, and stability of our country. The president asked how Obi expected to win when he ran the most hateful, divisive, and polarizing campaign that pitched Christians against Muslims. The statement claimed Obi's campaign pitched one ethnic group against the other in a multi-ethnic, multi-religious society. Onanuga said Obi gave them a forlorn hope. Onanuga said Obi gave them a forlorn hope to his supporters that he won the election and will prove it before the court. He added that the Labour Party candidate could not produce any evidence. Let me take that from the top again. I didn't quite like how I was reading that. I'll be quick. Right. President Bola Tinubu urged the presidential candidate of the Labour Party to get himself another vocation after losing out at the 2023 general election. Tinubu stated this following Obi's World Press Conference, where he attacked the Supreme Court for affirming the election of the president. This was contained in a statement cited and issued by Bayo Ononuga, special advisor to the president on information and strategy on Monday, November the 6th. According to the statement, Nigerians rejected Obi because he is dangerous to the peace, progress, and stability of Nigeria. Our admonition to Mr. Obi is to find another worthwhile vocation to engage his time henceforth. Having been rejected by the majority of Nigerians who did not consider him qualified to lead our country. Nigerians rejected Peter Obi and his demagoguery at the polls because he posed present and future danger to the peace, progress, and stability of our country. The president asked how Obi expected to win when he ran the most hateful, divisive, and polarizing campaign that pitched Christians against Muslims. The statement claimed Obi's campaign pitched one ethnic group against the other in a multi-ethnic and multi-religious society. Onanuga said Obi gave them a forlorn hope to his supporters that he won the election and will prove it before the courts. He added that the Labour Party candidate could not produce any evidence to back up his claims of rigging and other electoral malpractices at the PT and the Apex Court. We wonder how the Labour Party candidate expected the court to do justice on the basis of rumors, lies, and false narratives sponsored by partisans and fanatical members of his obedient movement. We expected the Labour Party candidate to know that the Supreme Court or any other court does not give judgment based on public opinion or mob sentiment. Judicial pronouncements are based on precedents, and the rule of law. He added, finally, we welcome Obi and his party to play the role of opposition and start preparing for another shot at the presidency in 2027. We hope by then he will campaign on issues and not whip up religious and ethnic sentiments as he did in the last campaign. So there it is right there. Obi finally reacts to Supreme Court's judgment. Our correspondents earlier reported that Obi accepted the Supreme Court judgment, which affirmed the election of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Obi, however, said the judgment would not signify the end of the obedient movement. The former Anambra governor said, with legal battles over the Labour Party was now opposition. Obi alleged that the Supreme Court abandoned its responsibility as a court of law and policy in its verdict upholding President Bola Tinubu's electoral victory. He said the Apex Court's decision to affirm President Tinubu's election contradicts the overwhelming evidence of election rigging, false claim of technical glitch, and substantial non-compliance with the rules set by INEC. So it's just, I mean, where do you even go with this? That's the question. where do you even go with this? They call it a farrago, or is it a farrago or a farrago of nonsense? Essentially a totality of nonsense, a farrago of nonsense. It's just it is anyway. Let's just leave that. It's just the foolishness of it is just all right. Yes. So should I bring you this one? I don't want to overlabor the obese space because, but that's the main news, by the way, for today. What's the next step from here? Appealing the Supreme Court judgment, Bashir Ahmad turned Peter Obi after he expressed dissatisfaction with Supreme Court judgment. So a laughing stock, essentially, Peter Obi now. Wait, I just read that Peter Obi has rejected the Supreme Court's decision upholding President Bola Tinubu's election. During his world press conference, and he puts that in quotation marks, Obi believes the court's verdict does not align with the principles of the Constitution. Those close to Mr. Obi should please help us ask him what the next step, what is the next step from here. Appealing the Supreme Court judgment. So somebody, I think in jest, is moving to the International Court of Justice. I say in jest, though, but that place is that ludicrous, or it's just it's not beyond them. That's the Hague. We will be there. So that's what Bashir said in response to that. So already, even more of a laughing stock, Peter Obi, who never knows when to give it up. So a laughing stock who never knows when to give it up. So there's a worrying thing coming out of the United States and the United Kingdom regarding Nigeria. Travel advisory will not disencourage you. That's better. You can take the man out of the bush, but you can't take the bush out of the man. Travel advisory will discourage foreign investments in Nigeria. Federal government tells UK, US. So only 3 paragraphs from this. The federal government has kicked against the travel advisory issued by the United Kingdom and the United States to their citizens in Nigeria, claiming it will create unnecessary panic and discourage investment in the country. The Minister for Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, disclosed this on Monday at a meeting with media executives and editors in Abuja. He argued that the government has always prioritized the safety of both citizens and foreigners. Correspondents had reported that the United Kingdom issued an advisory warning its citizens against traveling to Kogi, Imo, and Bayelsa ahead of the November 11 gubernatorial elections. So I don't think that should affect Nigeria in any significant way, because that is a narrative peculiar to specific states for specific reasons. They are not saying don't travel to the totality of Nigeria forever. They are saying don't go to those spaces on these days. So I don't quite see why the minister of XYZ felt the need to respond to that. So let me just give you headlines. Naira falls against dollar, depreciates to 809 at the official market. So the ebb and flow of that Naira space still. If you're a currency trader, good luck to you. You should be super chatting if you're a currency trader. Let me bring you. No, we don't want to do Peter Obi anymore, do we? Let's do Atiku. Atiku may be expelled from PDP, says former vice president aide. So why would he be expelled? We all know why he would be, but what's the specific reason in this instance? A former special advisor to the 2023 People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar has suggested that the party might expel the former vice president. The aide, Umar Ado, said Atiku could be expelled if he fails to dump his presidential ambition. He made the remark in a statement yesterday, whilst noting that PDP governors had already dumped Atiku. Recall that Atiku condemned the ruling of the Supreme Court, which affirmed President Bola Tinubu as the winner of the February 2023 presidential election. Atiku had vowed he was going nowhere, even though this aspect of the job is done. Ado said in a statement by the PDP governors that they are willing to work with President Bola Tinubu shows that they have moved away from Atiku. He said, reading through Atiku's press conference last Monday regarding the outcome of the Supreme Court judgment and his position towards President Bola Tinubu's presidency, vis-a-vis the following day's communique of the PDP Governors Forum, after its meeting at the Oyo State Governors Lodge, it is obvious that the honeymoon between the party's 2023 presidential candidate and its governors is now over. So, yes, there is absolutely categorically no reason why the PDP governors should or would continue to align with Atiku. Atiku is a busted flush. He has run and ran and ran. I think he's been running for that seat for going on 3 decades now. So he has run and ran and ran to crescendo at this point now. By the time the next cycle of elections come, Atiku will be an 80-something-year-old man. And even in this cycle, he struggled. So we don't have the anticipation that as he continues to advance in latter years, it will get stronger. So there is no reason for the PDP the PDP governors or even the PDP as a party, as they start to look to the future, they cannot really say Atiku there. Where does he fit in? And if he continues, so the Atiku's only role now is an elder statesman. And if he's too obstinate to adopt to that role, to adopt that role and adapt to it, then they just cast him adrift. It doesn't bring anything to politics other than money. And I think a lot of them are already awash with sufficient enough money, especially after all that looting for 8 years under Buhari. In a separate address to the press following the communique, the chairman of the forum, Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, extols the leadership qualities. The person extolling the leadership qualities of President Bola Tinubu is the chairman of the Governors Forum of the opposition party. So that tells you that we have no opposition in Nigeria. In a separate address to the press following the communique, the chairman of the forum, and the forum is the PDP Governors Forum, Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State, extolled the leadership qualities of President Tinubu and reiterated the PDP governors' readiness to cooperate, support, and work with the federal government that he leads. Nothing else can be more explicit in illustrating the two going their different and separate ways more than this. With these opposing positions, it is just a matter of time and in not a distant future for the inevitable implosion to happen. Either Atiku steps down his presidential ambition or leaves the PDP or be expelled from the party. That is my reading of the political crystal ball. So that is essentially my reading too. I have no thought outside of the thought that Atiku essentially will be retiring from partisan politics because there's no room for him anymore or his particular brand and style of politics. This was the last hurrah this was the last shootout at the OK Corral as far as Atiku Abubakar is concerned. Presidential election, why I did not step down, work with Atiku, so this is Peter Obi still holding court. The presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP in the last election, Peter Obi, has revealed why he refused to step down for his People's Democratic Party PDP counterpart, Atiku Abubakar. Recall that Obi was the running mate to Atiku in the 2019 presidential election when both men ran on the platform of the PDP. But due to some internal crisis in the PDP, Obi, who was expected to run with Atiku again in 2023, left the party and joined the Labour Party. He contested the presidential poll on the platform of the Labour Party, winning in 12 states of the Federation, including the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. Obi addressed the press on Monday, about 2 weeks after the judgment of the Supreme Court that upheld the victory of President Bola Tinubu in the 2023 general election. Obi said he refused to step down or work with Atiku because he came out to campaign for a new Nigeria. Oh, all right. I thought there was some meaning. It's just some nonsense again, isn't it? So yes, Obi surrenders, accepts Supreme Court judgment. So I think we've circled around that space enough. Obi accepts Supreme Court's judgment, says obedient movement remains. So yes, what do they mutate into though? That's the thing. What is the next phase of the evolution of the obedient movement? That is just the thing. So that's just the thing. Let me give you... let me give you one more, and then we'll see how it goes. Hopefully there are people in the room. Aliko Dangote remit $687 million to Nigeria. So that's dollar inflow starting to flow in. Dangote Industry Limited, the multi-industrial group owned by Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, stated on Sunday that a large sum of $687 million had been successfully repatriated through multiple Nigerian banks. This huge capital repatriation not only demonstrates the conglomerate's long-term commitment to Nigeria, but also displays its confidence in the country's economic rebirth under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's leadership, according to Billionaire Africa, a news publication. The company declared its trust in Nigeria and the African continent. In a statement issued on Sunday, it stressed that it is not a body shop investor. I don't know quite what a body shop investor means, and instead reiterated its authenticity and integrity in its investments. So I think really it's just really the inflow of that cash. That's really what we needed to capture. So the inflow of that cash was what we really needed to capture. There was one more. Hold on. All right. I'm not quite sure. All right. Sorry. There was one more. There was one more article that I wanted to read, but I'm not quite sure where I've put it. All right. Let me play you the Kegite music, and then if I come across it, then I'll read it to you. It's just a little put together by Reno Omokri that sort of captures the essence of what is going on. But first, let's go to the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya kekere elemu re o. Obi master kekere elemu re o. Chifu Latif kekere elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sódámẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petro Sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So let me give you a quick readout of this, and then I'll let the panelists in. Still plenty of room on the platform, by the way. Please come in now if you are intending to come in, because what usually happens is it comes in at a slow trickle, and then it's a gush, and then the room is completely filled, and then people are not able to get in. If you want to join, maybe the time is now. But let me quickly read you this. This is this is a piece by Reno Mokri that speaks to a narrative of Tinubu possibly being that magic man with the abracadabra that people anticipated. But listen to this. It says, Nigerians are now reporting getting their passports within 3 days. Can you imagine that? Abroad, in our embassies, they are getting it on the same day. Federal civil servants are posting a lot of their 35,000 naira wage support. Nigerian banks are reporting record-breaking profitability. I've got shares in First Bank, by the way. Maybe I should check that. Dangote Group has just announced that they repatriated $687 million to Nigeria due to economic reforms. Making Nigeria more investor-friendly. Fitch Rating has rated Nigeria's economy as stable and expanding at 3.2% next year. In a diplomatic coup, the German Chancellor visited Nigeria for almost 1 week. Yet, despite all this, okay, so it was just flogging Arise TV. Yet, despite all this, Arise TV people says Nigeria's economy is at an all-time low and has tanked. But then, of course, that Rufai Hussein will be the death of that platform. That's just the thing. But of course, the elegance of all of it are the majestic Emeka in the house, so that guarantees already an excellent session. Adale Koko is here, so excellence goes to fantastic. Larry joins us. Fantastic goes to elegant. To keep it real, Ekene is in the house. Bishop comes in to make sure it's holy and righteous, and to dabaru everything. Here comes Maurice. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Always a delight in your company. Still plenty of room on the platform for whoever wants to hop on. So whoever wants to hop on, hop on. So let's kick it off. And let's start it off, actually. Let's start it off with you, Maurice, since you are showing the most eagerness. Okay, let's have it, Maurice. So yes, you joined us in the earlier session. The 2023 election has now come to an official close. Peter Obi has waved the white flag of surrender, but now the real business begins. But now it's now time to give Tinubu a flogging of his life. Maurice, good to see you.
Yes, good to see you guys. He didn't wave the white flag. He only, there's nothing, you don't have a higher court than Supreme Court. And I don't even think it makes any sense. When I watched the first tribunal justices, what they said, to be honest, I knew actually what's going to happen in Supreme Court. Because if you look at the whole system, all those judges were appointed by APC from Buhari time, and Tinubu also appointed the ones he appointed. Now, you can't get anything from that. But to be honest, the funniest thing, and with all due respect, the silliest thing I hear from all these moon boys of Bado Republic is when you say Nigerians voted for Tinubu. Tinubu didn't even get up to 30%.
Was it Germans? Was it Germans that voted? Was it Germans that voted?
When you said Nigerians voted, even an outsider would think maybe 80-90% of the country. He didn't even get up to 30% of the votes. So how many votes did he get? 8-point-something million. Then
he got the most out of the votes cast.
Yeah, but then you will say, but the way you guys make it sound like the whole Nigeria voted for him.
Yeah, but he got more than anyone else. He got more than anyone else that was voted for.
Okay, yeah, majority carries the vote. Now,
wow.
Okay, now another thing is that what I find also every time I know that someone like Bishop and Enigmatic, they will come up. These are moon boys, you know, they will come up to moon the whole thing. But I don't really care, because if you look at the whole thing now, the way I say it is that all of you are educated people. And I don't even feel sorry for you people. I rather, on the contrary, I have empathy. How can such educated people being led by this kind of bunch of crooks? Number one, how can you proudly, I wish him well. Like I told you this afternoon when I took my son to the barber shop. I told you, I said, listen, I wish him well to succeed, not because I support him, but because it's for the benefit of the country if he succeeds. So life will be better for the people there. I just came back from home, so I know how much people are suffering there. So that's the only reason, not because I'm a fan. But what shocks me is that how can somebody, you guys, proudly be talking like we're talking of a saint, a drug dealer, a certificate forger. He claimed he worked at Deloitte. That was a lie. You don't even you, all of you moon boys, you don't know what is date of birth. You don't even know his date of birth. Where he originally come from, who are his parents.
What does that add or remove from anything?
Yeah, he asks everything, because the way you people talk, so proud. And then that's why I said I have empathy. Such highly educated people being led by a fool. And you people are here beating your chest. I have empathy for all of you.
Maurice, do you want me to play you a clip of his boss at
You don't need to play me any clip. I know what you're going to play. Your studio is full of moon boys.
He's not a fool now. Tinubu is not a fool. Tinubu is one of the brightest Nigerians we have.
Yeah, brightest.
That's why he's the president.
The school never issued him any certificate. They never issued him any certificate.
Do you want us to go back there again? The school told us that
he was... don't want to. That's what you people don't want to hear. If I was saying now Tinubu is great, then I would have been the best man on this platform.
But I'm not going to be. You know me. I can go and bring it if you want me to go and bring it. The school told us that he was admitted
let me finish.
And graduated from the school. And he graduated with distinction. Distinction
where? The school never issued him any certificate. They made it very clear there.
All right.
The certificate he submitted didn't emanate from them.
All right.
You speak English very well. A drug dealer forfeited money. He claimed he worked for Deloitte. That was a lie. He said he graduated from Government College, Lagos, at 1970, and the school was actually established in 1974. That was a lie. Who is his parents? All you moon boys don't even know his parents.
His parents are Mr. and Mrs. Tinubu. Mr. and Mrs. Tinubu.
Such educated people will sit down there and be led by a fool. So I have empathy for all of you. You can go on, but why are you? You have to praise somebody that you can be proud of. What can you be proud of him now? Yeah,
do you want me to answer that, or is it a rhetorical question? Do you want me to? You asked what is there is to be proud of. Do you want me to answer that, or is that rhetorical?
Go ahead.
Okay. He governed and transformed Lagos State to the seventh largest economy in Africa, and he held on to that state to transform it to one of the most modernized spaces in Africa. By far and a clear distance, the best performing state under his tutelage in Nigeria's history. He emerged out of Lagos as the best state governor that Nigeria has ever experienced. And he left that seat of governing Lagos to go and administer Nigeria in a keenly fought election. So that guy is a superstar.
Okay. Can I answer? Can I reply you now? You know, every time the only thing I say, oh you moon boys, the only thing I see you talk about Lagos. Number one, Lagos was the former capital of Nigeria. All the infrastructure. It was not Tinubu that built the Apapa Wharf. It was not Tinubu that built Third Mainland. It was not Tinubu. Marina, everywhere was tight. All those things. It was Nigerian capital before. So anyone, even if you bring a daft will govern Lagos with all that infrastructure already laid down. And even Jakonde did more work. Even the other one after Tinubu, what's his name? Fashola, he did more work. What you tell me now Tinubu did is he did something that helped him. He did something, Alphabeta that helped him.
No, forget all that.
Money.
Morris, at some point
people talk about Lagos like everybody is a daft. We don't know about Lagos.
I was born in that Lagos. But at some point we have to, sometimes it sounds as though we are regurgitating old conversations. But let me move you to a new conversation. So Peter Obi now caps his participation in 2023. So what is your projection for his future? How do you see the future panning out for P to Obi?
Yeah, to be honest to you, unlike the Moon Boys on your platform, I cannot read people's mind. I don't know. I take people from what they say. Like today, he said, this is not the end, but the beginning of a fight for a new Nigeria. So that means he's not going away. So, but what is he going to do next? Which party is he going to be? Is he going to stay in Labour, or he will merge with another one, or he's moving to? I don't know that because he never said that. I'm not going to sit here and claim to be a psychologist or a fortune teller. I can look in the crystal ball and see that, like a lot of your Moon Boys do here.
You know that phrase, a new Nigeria, it's an ambiguous statement. It has no meaning because
okay. Let me ask you something, one man. Let me ask you something. Are you in all sincerity? Let's forget about politics. Let's remove politics now. Let's remove politics. Do you sincerely, and I put it to all your Moon Boys, Abado Moon Boys on the platform here, do you people, all you people, sincerely believe that the condition Nigeria is today is good?
Well, everybody universally thinks that Nigeria is in a bad state. That is why people are thankful that Tinubu is there to steer it to a better place.
Well, okay, now, can you tell me one single good thing Tinubu did since he came in? It's almost 6 months now.
I can tell you plenty.
Okay, now I'll give you an example. 2 days ago, when I was on this platform, the Moon Boys here on your show, we are screaming how Naira has coming down. He did this, he did that. Do you know the price of $1 today to Naira?
I don't know. Probably $1,000.
It's more than 1,000 now again.
Yes.
It came down even almost 800. It's more than 1,000 Naira now.
Well, it depends on where you are buying from, but shall I tell you what is? You are
sophisticated. Nobody buys money from the bank. Bank will never sell you dollar.
No, I'm not talking about the bank. Shall I tell you? You are sophisticated enough to know what is going on. The Naira is trying to find its natural value. So that's what it's because it's a demand and supply space, isn't it? And the demand and supply of it will bring it to its natural equilibrium. And that is what you know that as well as anyone else.
Okay, tell me what Tinubu has done. Concrete thing he has done, not like giving money to feed people 15,000 Naira, and then they are taking a photograph because they are giving people 15,000 Naira, check of 15,000, mock check, and then they have to take pictures with that. Now, tell me one concrete thing he has done.
I can tell you plenty. Even Reno Mokri has told you quite a few. He has, we used to use $1.5 billion per month to support the artificial value of the Naira, which was an arbitrage space. So him removing that is a net positive for the country. So that's one. And then removing the oil subsidy, which it doesn't really get the credit, but coming in under his administration is a net positive for the country. That's two. And then this student loan system that he has perfected in order then to bring students on board that removing financial burdens as a hurdle to education, that is a net positive. That's two. And then in the gas sector, this collaboration with the Germans is a net positive. Dele Alake at the Ministry of Mines and Minerals, that's a net positive, and we're already seeing the activations there. Bumi Ojo, who has reduced the time wait for a passport in Nigeria within the 3 months of this administration, and we're talking about an administration 3 months in situation, reduced it from 6 months thereabout to 3 days. Even you concede that that's a net positive. So the list is endless.
No. Okay, good. The list is not endless. The only thing that has been happening here, most of the time, is only announcement. You said subsidy gone. No, subsidy came back through the back door. That is why fuel price is not going up. I'm not the only one here. Just do your own research. Subsidy brought it back, but they cannot announce it. But everyone knows that even one person cannot always be right, and the whole country and the whole experts in that sector, they cannot also, every one of them cannot be wrong. Do you understand? Subsidy is back. Now you said about students loan of 5 billion now increased to 10 billion. That was just announcement. There is no formula. There is no clear pathway how that money will be utilized, who will benefit from it. They just announced it, but there is nothing about it yet. So nobody knows who will benefit.
No. We know. You access it via your banks.
They haven't even come to an agreement how it will be done. They only make a suggestion, but there is no concrete thing. I don't know where you're getting your own news.
Yeah, because I pay attention. That's how I get it.
But that's I'm telling you the truth. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research. If you don't believe me, ask some of, maybe if there's any moon boy on your stage that was honest
ask
enough,
one of the Agbados, Abi. All right.
You understand? So now, and when Tinubu came, look, he said he has to do this. He has to do this. He float the naira. How can you float money? Even in my little experience in economics, how can you float something that you have no control over? You have nothing. We are consuming nation. Most of the money, look at supplementary budget they made. Most of that money is consumption. You understand? You have no thing. What are you exporting? You export, that is the way you create a foreign reserve and you build your GDP. But we're not exporting anything. We're only consuming. We are borrowing to consume.
Who told you we don't export anything? Where are you getting that from?
Listen, when you say you don't export, everybody can export something. I can also export something. But you have to check your infrastructural expenditure and your recurrent expenditure. If your recurrent expenditure supersedes your capital expenditure, then you are in minus. So
you are not in minus. That's the lived experience. That's the lived reality of governance. You go to the United States, their recurrent expenditure exceeds their capital spend.
Yeah, but they have something to back. US owes money. Their debt is more than every other country. Japan, right. Even Japan has a lot of debt, you know. But then you have to have something to sustain. Even Norway has also debt. About 35% of their GDP is in debt. You understand me? But they have something that they can fall back on. We don't have that. Okay, look at.
What do you mean we don't have that?
The natural, the other. Hold on, 1 month. The other natural resources. The natural resources you have in the north, like the gold and everything. Nobody's mining it. Only illegal mining.
We're net exporters of agriculture. All right, there's a lot you don't know, Maurice. This is what you're telling us.
Yeah, you know. If you know, you will not say that they have already has a formula and everything planned about the student loan. No, they just announce it. They don't even have.
They gave us a detailed walkthrough of how it works. If you are not aware of it, that's fair enough. But it is there.
Okay, when did they come up with the detailed plan? How is
at the point of inception?
No, 1 month. Okay, you're right. So what's another topic, please?
All right. So Atiku Abubakar, he may be expelled from the PDP Do you think it's time for him to hang his boots? I can't, it's just embarrassing now. I thought he would use that opportunity of his last broadcast to pivot into an elder statesman sort of a position, but he still wants to be in the field, but the field has moved to another region. So what are you making of Atiku and the PDP wanting him out?
You want me to be honest? I like Atiku as a person, but he's old. This syndrome of must rule has to stop. This is why why look, Austrian president, how old is he? About 30-something years. Austrian. So many countries here in Europe, which you know, how old are they? Our prime minister here in Netherlands, when he became prime minister, how old was he? He was not even up to 30, Mark Rutte. You understand me? So he was not even up to 30. So every time we say, they keep saying the youth are the future of tomorrow. The youth are the future. But they never give the youth a chance. Do you understand? And then how can they give the youth chance when the same youth who are supposed to take over are the ones mooning for all these thieves? How can the youth take over when the youth will also sell their birthright for just something? Listen, Nigeria is, I told you the other day, one man, what I'm telling you in honesty, that is my own personal opinion. I think the biggest problem we have in the country is the diversity. The diversity is our biggest problem because we see everything from tribal point. This is from my place and that one is from my place. Even if that person is wrong, no one is going to call him out because he's from our place. You understand? So this is what I think.
Are you making a confession? Are you saying that you support Peter Obi because he's
look
from your
look
place?
at what most of the Yoruba people are doing because of look at educated people I have respect for.
And why are the Igbo people supporting Peter Obi?
No, Igbo people, a lot of Igbo people are supporting Tinubu.
Yeah, you must be
I'm not supporting Obi because it's an Igbo man. I'm supporting him because he's the cleanest among all of them.
Do you know?
Wait a minute. Okay, now let me ask you, honestly, if you put Obi and Tinubu now, who is more decent? Have a good record.
Maurice,
forget about tribalism now.
Okay, I'll answer that question, but wait 1 second. You see what you just said there? I'm not supporting Peter Obi because he's an Igbo man. I can play you all, the clips of at least 80% of the people that come on this platform from the Southeast, and word for word, that's what they say. They all support Peter Obi, but they'll tell you that it's not for reasons of tribe, but they will accuse other people for supporting other candidates for reasons of tribe.
No. Nobody, one man, that is where, I swear to God, if it was Osibanjo, it was Osibanjo.
They say that as well. It's almost like a template, isn't it?
I will support him. If it's like another, that governor of Oyo, is it Makinde or something like that?
No, it's Akinwumi Adesina. That's who you usually go to.
No. Makinde, the governor of Oyo State, that gentleman is quiet.
All right.
Yeah, if it's him, I will support him. Now, you can't say Obi didn't win only in the Southeast. Obi won also in the Middle Belt. He won in Nasarawa State. Those people are not Igbos. He won in Plateau State. They are not Igbos. He won in Benue. He won in Rivers. Even though they were stolen and given to this man. So you can't say because people are so. Do you know that in Lagos, more Yorubas voted for Obi than Igbos in Lagos? Do you know that?
I will contend that, but this is not the space. But Maurice, let me circulate the conversation around other people. But all of the reasons that you might have chosen to support Peter Obi will be the same reasons that other people chose to support other candidates as well. So if you are not supporting Peter Obi for reasons of tribe, then you should. Hold on. Then it is not right.
What breaks my heart is when educated people, because of tribalism, we are blinded and we proudly be promoting a thief, a known thief.
So
they know he's a thief.
Do you not understand the logic of what I'm saying to you? I'm saying you are telling us now that the reasons that you support Peter Obi is because
he's decent.
Yes, because you see values in him. So you see that, but you cannot then say that you see values in Peter Obi, but other people that are supporting other candidates, they are not supporting it because they see value in them, that they are doing it because of tribe. That is a disingenuous stance.
Every Yoruba guy on this platform that is supporting Tinubu is supporting because of his nationality, where he's from, because of his tribe. They know very well he's a thief. They know that very well.
All right, brilliant.
Most of in their inner heart, when they go to bed and think, they know he's a thief, but they support because it's one of our own.
All right. Thank you, Maurice. Hold steady,
okay.
Maurice.
If not, hold on a second,
Maurice, let me bring
just one second, please. One second. If not, how can someone like Ajele Koko that was promoting Showere before suddenly now is a moon boy for Tinubu? Even I had Ajele Koko in the beginning. You remember when the show started? Ajele Koko was calling Tinubu every kind of name on this earth. And now suddenly, Ajele Koko surprises. I'm so shocked. Ajele Koko now is one of the biggest moon boy for Tinubu. How do you explain that? That's why I said I have empathy.
Ajale Koko does not support Tinubu. He's still a Showore man. I've never
he's
heard
one of the biggest Mumbai. Bishop, the one they call Bishop. Enigmatic.
All right, thank you, Maurice. So thank you, Maurice. Yes.
So Maurice.
You know, you've called him out for a fight now, you see.
So, when I said that, you know, all these political leaders are not showing leadership.
One man, I'm going to log out and log in again because of my volume. Let me raise my volume so I can hear very well.
All right, okay.
So is it still okay? He's gonna
he'll be back. He's listening in the background. Carry on.
Okay, so when I said yesterday that Tinubu, Obi, as well as Tinubu and Tiku, are not showing leadership that we want in Nigeria. You didn't hear that yesterday when I was saying that Tinubu have not lived by his word. You didn't hear yesterday when I said that Tinubu promised that he's not going to borrow money, he's not going to borrow, but he has embarked on borrowing. You didn't hear that?
No, I think Maurice only listens on one frequency. He listens on one frequency.
And when I talk on Atiku Abubakar that promised that he will abide by election result, ruling by Supreme Court, but when they rule against him, he started attacking Supreme Court and Obi. So it's only when anybody that says something about Obi, against Obi, that person is Tinubu, particularly if that person is a Yoruba person. Yes, that person is pro Tinubu. We have to stop all of this. This is not the way.
You see, Adanle Koko, that's one particular hump that we need to get over. So you've seen it. Joel of Nashville, Ekene, any and everybody, they will tell you that they are supporting Peter Obi not because it's their tribesman, but because they see all of these values in them. But the majority of them will then tell you that you are supporting somebody else because it's from your tribe. So how can it be the case that
the worst is that if you look at the
preponderance, it's just a ridiculous thing. Yeah.
If you look at the preponderance of his supporters, I don't have the statistics, but over 90% are from the southeast.
And not a single one of them supports him.
And that's where he won 99% of the votes.
It's a ridiculous argument, you know.
Ridiculous figures.
It is unbelievable. Particularly any Yoruba person that have to see something wrong in Obi is
a tribalist. It's a tribalist.
The tribe anti-Igbo.
Look, one man, you are just too decent, and most of the Yorubas here are too decent. The bottom line in all of this is about the hatred for the Yorubas. You may deny it till tomorrow. That is at the bottom line. They hate the Yorubas.
I'm not sure that it's really. I'm not sure it's. Sorry, Ajale Koko. I'm not sure that it's really a hatred about the Yorubas. It's really. It's a resentment that there is a glass ceiling that the Southeasterners have not been able to break through in Nigeria. So there's that glass ceiling.
And that's frustrating them and driving them into that hatred.
Yes, but I don't think it's essentially towards the Yoruba. Is that they feel like they are second-tier citizens in the country because they feel they are being prevented to reach the topmost echelons of the country. So I'm not sure it's, I may be wrong, but I don't see really as a Yoruba thing. I see more of a restricted access to where they want to get to, sort of a thing. But let me move the conversation on. Let me bring Prince Daddy on board. See if Prince is ready. Prince, kick it off for us, Prince.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yeah, good to see you, Prince. Good to have you here. I keep saying good to see you. I can't see you, but good to have you here.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, how you doing?
I'm good. So, your least favorite topic, of course, it comes to an end, thankfully, today. The much anticipated, the power and potency. We bullied him out from wherever he was hiding because we said we were going to send people after him. But Peter Obi came out today to wave the white flag. So, did you watch it? And essentially, this marks the end of our 2023 electoral cycle.
Well, I guess officially, yeah. If it makes things better, sure. I didn't really watch it. I saw when you played it, I heard some part of the highlights or this conference or whatever. And yeah, I guess also on the Rise News, one of the other sections or programs. But yeah, I wasn't expecting much from Peter Obi. So yeah, you broke it down. So you gave a good summary. You know, half of the speech were things he said in the past in all his previous, speeches. So it didn't matter. And I get the second half. I heard a voice recording of a lady lamenting that maybe 2027 is too far away, and that's not what they're expecting. They're expecting more. I wasn't clear on what exactly she was expecting or waiting for.
No, but, I think it's the realization that the moment is gone.
Well, if that been the case, they came late to the party because that moment was gone a long time ago. So they're welcome. They're welcome. Yeah, it's yeah. Again, I think I said it yesterday. This is perhaps the first time in history, maybe in Nigeria for sure, that a third person that came, a candidate that came third, thinks he won the election, and but the numbers don't back it up. So if Tinubu is the winner, is the culprit, then I guess Atiku also and the PDP must be criminals also because they came second. So I'm not sure how Peter Obi did the math. Nobody's going after this. I mean, Atiku is all pushing. Well, Peter Obi's case at the Supreme Court was dismissed in less than 5 minutes or so. I heard.
Then 20 seconds.
Oh, even worse. Okay, 20 seconds. So, but obviously Atiku had more to offer.
No, sorry, 120 seconds. 120 seconds. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, Atiku had more to offer, and I think they spent a little bit more time to go over Atiku's claim. But it's a noise makers. It's amazing though. I was listening to Morris, right, talking about the people that support Tinubu are the tribalists, I guess, because he is a Yoruba person, right? And but he couldn't see himself to ascribe the same reason for all the people that support Obi. It's quite amazing. And every time I try to talk to such people or debate them, I was trying to talk on facts
it's quite maddening. It's quite maddening when you try to have that conversation. You get frustrated very quickly because logic is not being applied. Then you're just
not at all.
You get I often get a headache after those sort of conversations. Yeah,
I can only imagine, but yes, I mean, in other words, the smart people supporting Tinubu, they must be really dumb. That's what he was saying. In other words, them being smart and supporting someone like Tinubu, But what about the candidate, Peter Obi? What are his qualities? What are Peter Obi's qualities? I can't even mention one. We all know the guy is not intellectually, there. He's not an intellectual. We know he's not, and I'm not sure what. I mean, compared to Tinubu, obviously Tinubu is more educated, is more accomplished in every way possible, and people like Morris are nothing more than minimalist when it comes to people's accolades. They'll rather reduce Tinubu to the lowest common denominator and not give him any credit. Oh, Lagos was the former capital, this and this and that. It's just lazy argument, because many times it's no way. That's why, there's a Jewish, you could say philosophy or whatever. What I understand by the Jewish people, if they pass something on to you, for example, a pot of gold, whatever, they expect you to grow that pot. Or the minimum you can do is keep it the same, but you can't degrade it in any way, shape, or form. Say it's easy. It's such a lazy argument. If only people can grasp what it takes to back in the time of Tinubu, I guess 15 million people, and continuously coming down from the eastern part of the country to Lagos. Now is ballooned all the way to 20, I guess over 20 million people. Do you know what it takes to manage such a large population? They don't have a clue. All they talk about is years and years when Lagos was, I don't know, less than 10 million people, 5 million people. It takes a lot of leadership. It takes a lot of organization. It takes a lot of intelligence and someone that has the foresight for the future that can forecast. And that's what Tinubu has done. And the ultimate quality of a good leader is one that puts in the plan for the future that others that come behind him can emulate or build upon. And that's what he has done. So when people like him don't give Tinubu any credit, I don't lose no sleep. It doesn't matter to me because when people make up their mind.
All right. So still staying with Peter Obi just for a little bit longer. He, in the course of his World Press Conference, told us that it's now going to be an opposition sort of politics. But what sort of opposition are you expecting from Peter Obi? Because the country does need an opposition party, an opposition space, let's put it that way, to hold the government of the day to account. But what sort of opposition are you anticipating for Peter Obi? And is he suited for that opposition role? And if he is going to be opposition, does he have to pivot somewhat his sort of politics in order to be fit for purpose?
No, Peter Obi, he doesn't. No, I don't. It's not a real opposition. I'm still even contemplating if he's still going to be in the Labour Party in the next couple of months. So I'm not sure how. Or maybe, of course, he can play an opposition as a citizen. There's no problem with that. People always have their opinion, but as a party, an organized party, to be an opposition, I don't see that. I do, of course, see them to continue to make noise and complain, but just like I said before, to rational mind, not just opposition that they just complain about every little thing that happens. There's a little stain on Tinubu's hat, and this and that. No. A real opposition is the one that puts the feet of the government, the governing body on fire, really, literally, to make them do what they have to do, to think twice when they make policies, when they make decisions. But these people, they're not. It's a funny opposition. I guess there are different types of opposition. Their opposition is the one that wants Tinubu to fail and fail woefully. They don't want the best for Nigeria. They can care less about Nigeria. We heard them on the platform. Let's go protest. Let the youth go out there and protest. Let's burn down the country. Crazy stuff like that. They're not real opposition. They anarchists. That's who they are. And the leader, Peter Obi, is not a leader that has that quality to really champion such a genuine opposition in that country.
All right. Let me take you to the Naira space that continues to fluctuate quite skittishly up and down, up and down. why is it proving such a struggle for them to establish the true value of this currency?
Well, what is the timeline? Maybe Colata can tell us. I mean, is there a timeline that determines when a currency finds its natural state? I don't know. Obviously, every economy, every country is unique, and there are so many variables that come into play. What they are applying, quite frankly, is they're doing, and this is what I'm always I fault all these African intellectuals, all these smart people, the economists. You know, even America, believe it or not, you know, a lot of things work very well in the laboratory, in the lab. It works very well, but when it becomes really free flow, things do go wrong. Even America and the West, they don't always follow their own damn economic policies and economic books. They don't do that. They do it, of course, to a certain point. When they realize that, oh, what they have, that the standard, boilerplate approach to solving problems is not going to work, they go into a different mode, and that's why I love these people. They're so creative. They go into a different mode. The 2008 in the economic turmoil in America and around the world, for that matter, they did so many stuff that people don't know behind the scenes.
What they actually did was to invoice that turmoil to the rest of the world. They started printing currency and called it quantitative easing,
exactly.
And then pass the burden of the debt to the rest of us.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to make Coletta understand from his Wall Street Journal or whatever, reading the other day about the straight line. They call it TARP, quantitative easing. They did, and some other really creative financial manipulation they did. And
it was Badwe. It was Badwe. It was
at the highest level. At the highest level. Exactly, at the highest level. We know it's Badwe. We know it's Badwe. You know why? Because literally like less than 6 months, maybe 3 months later, these Wall Street companies that got in total of like trillions of dollars in bailouts were posting profit.
Yeah, declaring profits. Yes, I saw it. I saw it. Meanwhile, all our interest rate went up here as we continue to fund your frolics in America.
Exactly. I mean, but to the point about the narrow fluctuation, it's quite clear. Maybe it's not certain yet. That's what I'm asking. Maybe Collector knows that. Hey, maybe you need a year, maybe you need 2 years for the dollar to the naira to find its natural state. But I'm telling you,
I'm not really bothered what the naira is to whatever currency, the dollar now being the denominator globally. I'm not really bothered what the naira is to the dollar, so long as it stays there. And everybody then knows that is the value, sort of 10 naira marginals, ebb and flow. And then you know that consistently is round about 800 to the dollar, 810 naira, 800. So you know that consistently, then you can project financially. But one is 800 today, is 1,200 tomorrow, 900. That's nonsense, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean it is, and if you ask me, it's the Nigerian state of the economy there. It's not. We cannot apply just commonsensical economic models to resolve this problem. Like in the West, like America, right? When things are going wrong, they know the big players, the people, the institutions to approach and call everybody into, and call everybody in to answer questions, and they put heads together, to change course. But Nigerian state is been in the hands of maybe a handful or certain people, I guess they call cabal, in the economic sector, in the political sector, and everywhere. And these people, they are free agents in the sense that they have so much power, they can do whatever they want to do. They can't be like opposed. If they oppose, they push back. So Nigeria as a country does not have that power to call these people into question and give them directions. So in other words, meaning that the economic model and all these pumping of dollars into the economy may not really help if you don't go after the things that are off the books. If you don't go and fight the real things, negotiate with certain people. Maybe you have to do that. I'm telling you, there are some people that have power. Maybe Tinubu needs to do that, because this economic stuff is not going to work. You got to call the right people, talk to the right people, say, hey, this is what we're trying to do. Give me some time.
I think he is doing that. I think he's actually he's strong arming money back into the Nigerian economy, because just now Dangote reverses nearly $700 million into that economy. And I think he's squeezing as hard as he can other people as well to reverse money into the economy. The country needs a large injection of hard currency, which the country has, but is in private hands.
Well, yeah, well, that is good. But also, it has to talk to certain people to stop doing certain things. What those things are, I don't know. But some people need... It's big. You know, there are people calling the shots. I mean, Tinubu can just come in like 6 months and get everybody lined up.
Have you lost your prince? Can anyone hear me? Oh, you're there.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm saying, you know, it still needs to talk to Dangote is an obvious one. Or what about others that we don't know? And I can assume he knows who the big players are, and really. And you know, he needs to talk to some people. Here, I'm telling you, he needs to negotiate with some people and ask for a break somehow, some way. And if there's other ways it can make it up to these people, then it has to do it. It has to do it. And I think, you know, it's really beyond this, you know, this just your commonsensical economic models. I'm telling you, I think it's beyond that. It's really beyond that. You know, again, we don't want them to go after corrupt people or corruption, right? It's going to take 2 terms or more to do that, and it doesn't have that time and resources.
Well, judging by the Abacha example, it takes forever to get corrupt money unless you beg them to give you back. You know, if you want to chase them through the courts, forget it.
Exactly, to the point. Yeah. So yeah, it's big. It's big. You know, it has to play ball. It has to play ball. Even American presidents, as powerful as they say they are, they have to negotiate with these people. They have to play balls. I mean, the balls of the country is in the hands of the Wall Street people, the Wall Streeters. That's where's that? And you know, they can turn the economy upside down in like literally a day or less than a day. They know these people are powerful people. People without, you know, political powers, but they are powerful. They run the country. They literally run the country. And I think the same thing in Nigeria. A lot of people, not necessarily in politics, they are running the show. They're connected politically, like Dangote, but they run the show, and they can really help. They can help if Tinubu plays ball, and I think he knows that. And yeah, we thank God we thank God for Tinubu, really. I think he can do it. And you understand, he's been around the block. He can do it. But
there's a lot riding on him, actually. A lot of people feel he can do it, and that is based on his past antecedents. But the counter argument was that it was last in situation 20-something, nearly 30 years ago. Does he still have that magic touch? But we need him to have it.
Of course it does. Of course it does. Are you telling me that it's less influential today than it was 30 years ago? Now, a song that can literally go to the north and split the votes with Atiku in the north. You don't think that such a person has influence? I mean, he can get something done? Of course he can. Of course he can. So
I think he's probably the most powerful president we've yet had.
I will agree with you. Yeah, I agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. I mean, he's been playing the right game for so many years. He knows better. He absolutely knows better. And I believe he knows when to acquiesce, you know, to certain things. But yeah, he knows. Tinubu is a very, very smart person, contrary to people that want to call him a drug dealer and all this other nonsense stuff that don't matter. in America in the past, they've had a candidate that ran for presidency from jail, actually, I believe. And so when it comes to politics, and people don't know, we have to separate the individual and whatever other things that are negative that people may think about them. There's two separate things, quite frankly. It's up to the constituents or the people voting to choose their leaders. You know, nobody forced them to choose Tinubu. He played his game. He played his politics, and he came out ahead. Being a drug dealer, it's politics. People vote for people that they want.
Can I interject, please?
Yeah, go ahead. Is that Morris? Yeah.
Yes, it's Morris. I totally agree with you on one thing. It's not like I see only something bad, because I've been listening in the background. I heard everything you said. It's not. I don't see anything bad. It's not like I see only bad things in Tinubu. No. I admire him for one thing, that he was able to groom successive governors that maintain that plan, that Lagos plan. Because if was like in my state, where a governor will come, he has a plan how to. And
sorry,
then
which are you from? Are you from Imo State?
Yes, now from Imo State.
Oh, okay. I've got a clip.
You forgot?
No, I've got a clip to play about Imo State, but Ekene will take it on.
Wait a minute. I didn't come to counter what he said. I really say I agree with him what he said. I agree what he said. I respect Tinubu because when he came, he was able to, kind of like guide and always nominate people he knows that will carry out that vision, that Lagos vision of making it a mega city. Do you understand? So I respect him for that. I truly respect him for that. If every state has somebody, but then that comes with a price. It comes with a price of, like, it's more like a monarchy they practice there. Do you understand me? Than democracy. It's like a monarchy. Because
we got you. We live in a real world. We live in a real world, and something got to give. You know that. There's nothing free. Every time you get something free, guess what? Somebody paid for it, or somebody spent time and resources to make it.
I understand, but that doesn't. I just said to you now, I agree. I like him because he's able to groom successive
all right, Maurice.
But that does not justify the fact that he took the Lagos building, a state building, and turned it into his TV stations. That property belongs to Lagos State.
Did he pay for it? Did he pay for it? Did he pay for it?
Yeah, how convenient. How convenient, of course. How convenient to pay for it.
All right, you have to leverage the advantages you have. But Maurice,
I'm sorry, I yield the floor back to you.
Yes, bring it home, Prince. And then after you, Prince, I'll go to Ekene. I want to play a clip for Ekene to respond to, and then I'll go to Baba, and then Larry, and then we'll move it around just to get to people quickly. But Prince, bring it home, and then we'll move it on.
Oh yeah, thanks, Mohammed. So yeah, well, again, Peter, this press conference, hopefully it brings everything to an end, but I doubt it based on the clip you played earlier by the lady lamenting and some other things I've seen on my feeds. I look to come tomorrow, right? So it goes. The struggle continues with them. It's not going to end. So
it's a never ending. Until this world comes to an end, it will never change. All right, thank you, Prince. Stay with us, Prince. Watch this. This is a localized clip that speaks to the Imo State politics, which is going to be very brutal. And here are some of the reasons why.
Imolites, today, the 5th of November, 2023, 6 days to the Imo governorship elections, around between 12 and 1 o'clock this afternoon, I was on my way to honor an invitation by the Anglican Church Synod at Tobibie in Owerri North. Only to, as we got to the venue, we saw, but as we were approaching, we saw, armed police stationed, strategically in their cars. So we were wondering, what's going on? So as soon as we got there, we saw an APC blocking the entrance to the building, and harsh-looking armed men, most of them wearing black, some carrying pump action, some carrying AK-47s. So, and they stopped us, they didn't allow us to go. They started shooting in the guys sporadically, scaring the bikers who were leading the convoys. All of them scampered for safety. So after a lot of shooting, I had to, I came down. I said, well, this is, if they can take me, because I can't understand why I can't be allowed to go and worship God in Imo State. So I realized, so when I got there, they now claimed, first of all, they claimed that the governor was there. I said that somebody tore APC posters on the wall. So, but the person who not probably them, is Senator Tana, the person who tore it? They said no. So why are you preventing him from getting into the church premises? So I now had to come down. I accosted one Ola, the notorious Ola of Tiger Base Fed, the man who has so many lives have been lost in Imo State. And look at what they did to the NLC president. This governor is going mad. I had to call the security officer, called the DSS director, who said he was there with the commissioner of police. I now asked to speak with him. He called me and said he wants to talk to the officer. Commissioner of Police Imo State spoke to this Ola disobeyed him and blocked us from entering. Oh, as the shooting continued, I didn't want any life to be lost. I came out and accosted him. I was pointing at him. I told him that I was going to expose him to Nigerians today. And if he doesn't leave this state today, or let's say this by Monday, I'll know that this government wants to annihilate us. So I'm putting my president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, on notice to know what is going on here. This man wants to annihilate the entire state. So he should quickly remove all the security agencies who from here. They are not obeying orders. There's a killer squad in Ohaji Ebema as well. They have been crying, and they call him kill and bury. They've been crying everywhere. It's like we're in a war zone. What's going on here, for God's sake? Is this how we're going to have this election on November 11th? And I hear that the INEC officers even lied to the INEC chairman, EOs, that all the political parties agreed to move all the coalition from ward to local government. We didn't even have a meeting to discuss that. So you see what's going on. There is a trouble here. Nigerians should know what's going to happen on them. If you want to declare war on Imo, tell us. The Imo-lites are ready to defend themselves. Tell us, please, what's going on here? Enough is enough. Are we now in a banana republic that even officers don't obey police commissioners? They don't do anything. No rule of law in Imo State any longer. So for the next 4 years, this place will be a wasteland. Already, places have been, mortuaries are filled with corpses. Tiger Base, people drop like flies. And that's where this Ola is. He must leave this state to the commissioner immediately. And INEC chairman should be put on notice. No collation should be done outside the World Collation Center. Thank you very much.
One man. That's what happens. That's what happens when.
Sorry, let Ekene pick it up from there.
A governor that the people didn't vote for. That's what happens. Supreme Court is
Maurice, you have to let other voices in. Ekene, I brought that really because of you, because I know you monitor the politics of that space. Imo State now effectively a war zone. What's going on there, Ekene? Good to see you.
Yeah, man. Thank you everyone on the platform. Yeah. Well, this happened on Sunday. They didn't allow the man to enter the church because the governor was in that church. So they used some security armed force to attack him, to push him back, not to enter the church. Well, the only thing I know is that
is that how Opuzodima is pursuing this governorship with brutish force? Is it going to be some killer squad sort of election in Imo State?
Anybody that support
is this weekend, isn't it?
Anybody that support Opuzodima because he's an APC or something, that person is making a very big mistake. That guy has been a terror to Imo people. And
but I hear he's performing, he's doing quite a few infrastructures now.
Performing what? Which infrastructure? I think Maurice came back from Imo State. He will now confirm. I know people from his local government now that even tell me even his immediate local government will not vote him in this election. My neighbor at the shop is from his local government. He tell me that none of his village people will vote Opuzodima.
Can I interject, my brother? Please, can I interject?
Okay.
Yeah, I just came back from there precisely 7 days ago, right? Now, when it comes to infrastructure, to be honest, what Okorocha did that I like before Zodima came, what Okorocha did is that he opened so many roads and made all the roads wide, like 6 lanes. You have 6 lanes and 8 lanes, they're just common in nowhere. You understand? So, but the quality of the road Okorocha did was more like China road. You just what they call, I personally call it political roads. After 6 months, you start smiling again. It doesn't last more than 6 months. But what he's doing a very good. The infrastructure, the road he's constructing is top with drainage. I applied from Uwere to Olo, and 100% again. Both sides drainage, 6 lane with street light, 45 minutes journey. The same way Okigwe, I think it's almost 2 hours journey. The same, he when it comes to road construction and anything he does it very, very solid. Expanding, making this, he did, when it comes to infrastructure, I'll give it to him. I swear to God. I'm not supporting him. I don't support him. Not because he's
well, why are you not supporting him if he's performing?
No, I'm not his supporter because of but I support what he's doing. I support that infrastructurally he's very, very good. I think he's maybe the best apart from Mbakwe. He's the best. He's the best when it comes to infrastructure. And I live where I live in Owerri. I live in the heart. I live right there in Jero. If you know Owerri, you know Concord Hotel. That is the most expensive area. It's like the Banana Island of Lagos. That is where my house is. And that is where all my Airbnbs, my property. So I go around all these places. So I know what he does. And I'm always in town buying material. So I see even from Futo, Aba Road all the way to Futo, he just dualized it. No infrastructure, let's give it to him. But he's so brutish. He's so desperate. He wants to get that for it because he came forth. People didn't vote for him. So he's doing all to impress. But the way he's going about it for the second time now is not good. But when it comes to road construction, let's not lie. He's very, very good. Owerri is much, much better. Feel like much like a city. He made Owerri now. Owerri is the most developed city in the whole Southeast. No city in Owerri in Southeast can compete to Owerri. To be honest, and that brought in influx of people from other states. If you see the crowd in Owerri, sometimes I'm pleasantly impressed when it comes to that. That is all I have to say.
All right, back to you, Kene.
Okay, yeah. Having said that, the villages in Imo State, there are no more there. The insecurity the man has caused in Imo State is very, very bad, and that is the only thing that people of Imo State don't like about him because of the insecurity he caused in the state. Because when you're talking about Imo State is not only Owerri. You talk about the villages that when you go there now, people are not living there anymore. A lot of villages.
That's a lie. That's exaggeration.
Maurice, give him a moment to have his expression.
So most of those areas that the report are coming in that related to shooting and all that. You know, all this insecurity doesn't only affect Imo State. You know, it affects both Anambra State, especially Ihara, the places that had boundary with Imo State. And I have somebody that was killed in that Ihara, and that was because of that insecurity that affected Imo State. which also affected some part of Anambra State. Ihara. So all those things happened. But the man is so desperate. He would have allowed this election to be unfree and fair. He didn't need to fight anybody if he knows that he's doing well. My problem is that if you know you are doing well, allow the election to flow. If you win, you win. He didn't win the first election. He came there through the court, by the Supreme Court. And he is trying to make himself legitimate. People don't like his face. That is a fact in Imo State because of that. And it has been causing a lot of insecurity. But in terms of Senator Chono,
how come Emeka Ehidioha is not in play? Because even though he had about 4 months thereabout, it looked quite promising. I was quite upset, and I thought he would come back to take that crown after 4 years. What happened to Emeka Ehidioha?
Emeka have some issue. Emeka is still having their case is still in the court. It was postponed to I think December 5th or so.
He's not on the ballot, is he?
Yeah, he's not on the ballot. It was that APC National Secretary, Anyanwu somebody. So, but I don't think Emeka is here. I don't know the reason why Emeka didn't run. So, but only him knows. But the only serious opponent he's having in Imo State is this Senator Achono of Labour Party. So he's really fighting it very hard with the man. Very hard.
Is Obi there to back him up? Is the Labour Party, is the obedient space, have they adopted him?
Yes. Obi has campaigned for him 2 times in Imo State. This guy, the first the day he commissioned the flag off. Then another one is I think in Owerri. No, and they draw a lot of crowd.
In Olu.
Okay, Olu zone. That Hope was on the zone. That Olu zone.
Yes.
That they draw a lot of crowd. So Obi has really helped the man campaign, and the obedient has adopted the man very well. So the man is doing very fine in his campaign. It's just I don't like all this complaint. If he knows what he can do to win that election, let him do it. Because
Hope is not allowing him to campaign. I hear that he's tearing down his posters all over Owerri.
Yes, he's doing that, but you know, just as it happened in the presidential, when you come with the time during the presidential, if you come to Lagos, then you hardly see people big campaign board and posters everywhere. But the message is in the heart of the people, and they really deliver. That is still the same thing in Imo State. Whether he's tearing all the billboard or anything he's doing, the only thing I know is that the election, and I fear that day. Honestly, I fear that this Saturday. I fear that day. Yeah. It's going to be a very tough election in Imo State. I fear that day. Yes.
I spoke to a lot of people. All these people I spoke to, I didn't see one single person who is willing to vote for Hope. I even tried to tell them, to be honest, I told them, to be honest, though I'm a LP man, but if he can sustain this level of infrastructural development he's doing for another 4 years, that would be good. But why people don't really trust me is because, say that man, a 419 man before, that was his job.
Yeah.
Yeah, a 19 guy. So people believe that he used these 4 years, did wonderful in Imo State, not only Owerri, both in
But he didn't pay pension and gratuity. You are just talking about the road. A lot of areas he didn't.
Yes, he paid everything. He did this, he did that. But then people seeing it as a 19 guy, then the next 4 years, he will use it to recover all the money. You understand me?
Yes.
And actually, like you said, people don't like his face. I just don't know. They just don't like him.
You know, he has one of those faces. He always looks startled, which always bemuses me. He always looks like he has been caught doing something. He just has that startled look. You know,
he looks cold. He looks cold.
This man is not doing campaign, no. Just few campaign. Hope is not doing any campaign compared to what the campaign the Labour Party is doing in Imo State. You just do few campaign. Other thing is just you just strategizing on how to use talks and policemen to take over
You
that
know,
day.
they removed the commissioner, the Imo State Commissioner of Police. You know, they removed him today.
Yes, today, yes. And
Is it
it
not
was because
some
I think it's because of this complaint.
Hausa man? Yeah, was it not some
No.
northerner?
Yes, and that Ola too. They removed all of them. They moved them out.
Yeah. I think maybe I think it's going to be a very tough one, and I saw him running to the Astor Rock for help, but
No,
I think
Tinubu is not
Tinubu.
ready to help him.
I think Tinubu don't really care. I think Tinubu don't really care. So
no, because Tinubu wants to legitimize himself now. He cannot be seen doing something. He wants to pursue his job.
All right, Maurice. Ekene has the floor, so Ekene, bring that hope on them. Bring it home, and then I'll take you on to another topic.
So that is what is happening there. The only thing is that one man on a free and fair election. I know that Senator Achon will do a very good. He has a very good outing to show, but I'm not relying on the what INEC will do because of the previous election. So he knows what to do. So let him do it. And he's a strong man. He's a one man, one hand. He's a very strong man, one hand general. So anybody that don't know him is a novice. He's a very strong man. So I'm happy that he's in that race. So
how did he lose his arm? By the way, is it what happened?
He said it's during the Biafra war that he lost.
Oh, right. Okay, it's an old boy then. Yeah.
Yeah, it's an old boy, and that is why when you see him campaigning, he's using that Biafra narrative and Akuluono narrative that they used to preach. So he's using that narrative, and he's using it to draw a lot of. He has used it to draw a lot of support to himself. So the guy is a very strong opponent to Hope Uzodimma. So if the last time I saw him on Arise News channels, and all the allegation, everything he has leveled against Hope Uzodimma, Hope Uzodimma has not responded to anyone. He said he cannot because he knows him very well. So, and he's the best opponent for Hope in Imo State. As far as Imo State is concerned today, he's the best opponent to him. So, but the election is for him to lose if he continue to complain. So I will not tell him what to do, but he knows what to do to win his election. Nigeria is not a place you begin to say, I want to follow the law, I want to do this, I want to do that. He knows what to do. And he has the money. He's a very rich guy. So let him do it. That's all I want to say. If he's listening to me, now let him do the right. Let him do what he has to do to take that power from Hope Uzodimma.
All right, all right. Take us to another space. Take us to what else we are looking at in the news. What is it? What's the headlines in Lagos today?
I watched that interview and I sent you some message on WhatsApp.
Yeah, no, I played the clip. I played the clip of it earlier. It's just dirty as usual, isn't it? If that guy doesn't get arrested, I want to know why.
Even at a point, that Arise Charles was even afraid. He was trying to divert his attention on the issue they are talking. He told him, no, I want to speak on Shetima. I want to speak on Tinubu forgery. I don't want to speak on any other issue. He was even trying to refer him to Soyinka, calling him a fascist. He said, no, I respect Soyinka. I don't want to talk about Soyinka. I want to talk about Shetima. In Obi press conference today, he was too gentle, trying to say, let's move on. We are now the opponent. But in his own interview today, he was telling the Nigerians to go out there and take their... In fact, he told them that if you are looking for the Supreme Court or any law in Nigeria to give you democracy, that you will not get it. So if you want to get democracy and if you want to get your Nigeria the way you want it to be, you know what you have to do. You don't need to write to anybody. You don't need to write to anybody. All you need to do, just give a notice and go to the street and take your country. So the man was like, don't use our platform to preach that your message. He said he's not afraid. And in that interview, it was confirmed that after that last interview he had with channels, They tried to arrest the guy, and that is why maybe people are not seeing him on the media.
Do you believe that? I thought he was making up that story. Anyway, you know the guy is a pathological liar.
No, that is not a lie like that. That may be brutal. That may be somehow, but the guy is not a liar. I believe that there was an attempt to arrest him, and he said that he noticed it, and he was trying to involve his brother in that arrest. Because when they asked him about his brother appointment, he said he didn't care. The two of them have a different narrative when it comes to politics. So he can pick any appointment he wants to pick. He doesn't care about his brother, all this and all that. He even played down his brother.
Kenneth, what future do you see for that? Do you think Peter Obi will still keep him for 2027? Or do you think Peter Obi would have Peter Obi has already outgrown him already?
No, that is a very loyal guy to Peter Obi. Even said
no, he's loyal, but is he? Because you know that he doesn't bring votes. You know,
well,
and Peter Obi needs somebody that can bring votes.
I don't know about that vote issue, but at least in Kaduna State they tried. But for me,
he lost his polling unit. He
didn't need to win Kaduna now. At least I think.
Yeah, but he needed to win his own polling unit. Now he lost his own polling unit.
It doesn't necessarily matter.
So you can't even win in your village. You can't win in his own village.
All he need to do, they need to do is to work very hard, because you know when that he speak the minds of the youth, especially disobedient. Because most of the thing that Obi cannot say, that is the one saying it. Most of the arrogancy that Obi cannot display, that is the one displaying it. And he is even challenging them to come and arrest him. That he's saying it with everything that is in him. That, you know, all these northerners, there is a way they do their things. Because Obi cannot grant that type of interview that he granted today. The next morning, Obi is going to jail. Honestly speaking, it was a very brutal interview. So, and the Charles was trying to prevent him not to say some things. He was saying it. He even calling Shetima, is it shameless and all that? All this and all that. He doesn't have the right to insult Atiku in their kindred or their dissing. They don't have that nature of insulting their elders. But Shetima went on the national TV.
No, that was actually a lie, what he said there, because there's a fierce rivalry between the Kanuris and the Fulanis, and they use even, in fact, if it wasn't on television, Shetima could have really gone for him, and there would be no consequences, because there's a real long-standing. I even say hatred between the Kanuris and the Fulanis, and some of the languages they use towards each other is unforgivable. So it's the language of that space, that language that Shetima used to refer to Atiku.
I don't know, but he really spoke very ill of Shetima today. Very, very ill. He said that he used to call Tinubu uncle, and he respects Tinubu so much, but that doesn't mean that he's a drug dealer and a certificate soldier, and he will always say that. And whenever he sees him, he will also call him uncle. So that people will not misquote that respect from saying from the truth that he's saying, that he will always respect him. But when it comes to calling him what he is, that he's going to say that. So he said a lot of things that I was even just.
It's going to be a long and difficult 4 years for you guys.
How?
How are you able to maintain the momentum? We've already seen clips of them crying online. They're already insulting Peter Obi for not being more aggressive. That's
the issue that Peter Obi had. I said it here. You know, Obi is not a northerner, just like Dati. If Obi was a northern, if Obi is a northern, I think he would have had that courage to do what the youth are requesting from him. But anybody wanting Obi to go to jail now, it's very difficult to. Obi just wanted to follow the law, and the law has left him behind. So, and a lot of youth is complaining about that the guy is too. But I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing being too lenient also. So the only thing is that the youth should understand the angle the man is coming from, and that he has gone to the national TV to give them a charge also. So they should also, if they want to follow that advice, that he has also given them the advice they want. And I also saw after the interview, a lot of them are embracing that interview of Dati. That Dati has given them another confidence. Maybe if they want to react, they can follow Dati. That is in the ticket also. So they should, if they want to react, they should not only focus on.
When you are saying react, are you really saying that not you, but is that react? Is it essentially them taking to the streets?
That's what they want now. Is that not what they are crying for? They say they want to go to the streets, and Obi didn't give them the order. And they, even before
hold on, stay there for a moment. If they go to the streets, then what happens? What result will they get out of it?
I don't think for now, if they didn't get the support from every part of the country, they will not get that result. So before they
are not going to get support from any. They can't try it in Lagos because Lagos won't tolerate it.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
And the North is not interested.
That's the problem.
You know that. So do you agree that the North is not interested in any obedience demonstration?
No. The last time there was a video that you didn't play here.
There were 10 Ajabota people wanting to be friends with Igbo people in the North.
I don't know. It's not about. They are not talking to Igbo people. They are speaking Hausa and English, saying that they voted Tinubu and the hungry is too much. And if he's not careful, they will come for him. They'll go to the streets against him. So that video went viral. So I think some Northerners they're not, the hungry in the land today is too much. But the only thing I know is that if they didn't get the support they need from every part of the country, I will not advise any, especially my Igbo brothers, to go to any street to fight anything. If the protest needs to start, let it start either from the north or the southwest. Then maybe we can join them.
It's never going to start from either of those two spaces.
That is the problem. That's the problem. So for me, it will not yield to anything. You just go there to go and kill themselves, especially the youth of the south and the southeast. The people that is, especially the southwest, that is their person in the government, will not see that way. They will see that if the Igbos are fighting their own president. And it will still be another issue of
and you have to understand that the Chief of Army Staff and the Inspector General of Police, they are both Yoruba men.
Yes, and they will take order. They will take any order to kill anybody anyhow. So I wouldn't want that to happen to any of our youth, especially from the south and the southeast. So if anything really wants to start, let it start from the north or the southwest.
Nothing is going to start.
So in that manner, all this their cry will make sense. But for now, that cry doesn't make sense. And they don't expect Obi to lead that protest from the southeast. The southeast has suffered a lot in the hands of Nigerians to go and lead a protest.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah.
I want to go to bed. I want to ask you something. One man said the inspector of police and the army general are Yorubas, right? And this is what I was saying here. The problem we have in Nigeria is specialization. It's not because the only reason he believed they react because they are Yorubas. This is exactly the point I was trying to make earlier. The moment we start seeing things like we are one without division, that's the moment we start going forward. We are too tribalized to make hay and to move forward. It's just as simple as that. You understand?
That is the issue. I know that already.
Any protest against the Tinubu administration will almost likely be seen as a tribal one, and I'm almost likely will be a tribal one as well.
Well, people will see it that way. A lot of Southwest will see it that way, but not minding the hunger in the land. But they will begin to read it in a tribal way. And that is why I wouldn't want
Nigeria will never move
yes,
forward.
Nigeria will not progress. Nigeria will not progress. But that is why I will not even want any of my Igbo youth or Igbo brother to even think about going that for any protest. So if the hunger is too much for the Northerners, let them come out. We will join them. We are not cowards. So, but let them be the one to lead the protest. At least I love the way that he spoke today. That is not Obi. So let it come from the mouth of a Northerner, so that it will not only be the Southeast are the one against the government. I think even that he owns the fact that all his opinion, everything that he said is his own opinion, that he differ from a lot of things. Even before the Supreme Court, even before they went to the court, he said that he didn't trust the court. Even when Obi was saying that he trusts the court and all that, he came out and said, I didn't trust them. And it's just like everything he said happened. And he was still there today shouting, saying what he's saying and all that. So and he's saying and saying, let them come and arrest me. Let them come and arrest me. And the kind of confidence in him, Obi will not dispose that on national TV.
Can I interject for 1 second, please?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let us just discount
all right. After Bishop's interjection, can I really bring it home in a very, very short summary, and then I'll go on to did I say Baba? Then I'll go on to Baba. Yes,
Bishop. I won't take 30 seconds, I promise you. See, all those bravado, come on, arrest. Not just bravado. They will arrest him, put him under the underground cell, and nothing. And when I say nothing, absolutely nothing. Just let him cross the line. They're watching him. If they said they wanted to arrest him, they did not see him to arrest. Where he turned to breathe or to bed. If they want to arrest him today, he will not sleep in his house, and he will sleep underground cell for months and years, and nothing. I mean, nothing. We have to say all those bravado that is just running his mouth like a loose tap. He's just playing to the gallery to impress his maybe weak followers, as it.
Well, let's be watching this space. The only thing I know is that the only thing that Tinubu owes Nigeria is to give them food, good economy. If he's able to do that, I think he will capture a lot of mind. So that's the only thing the Nigerians are longing for. Just give them their necessary daily meal by making the inflation to come down, and we need a lot of food supply in the market today. To eat rice now, if anybody's eating rice in Nigeria, that person is from a very big. The person
you can eat agbado now. If you can't eat rice, eat agbado.
So the thing is, it's on a very high side to eat rice, and even to eat yam self. It's a big man food. So everything is on a high side, just for him to know how to do things to cushion the inflation. So for me, Naira falling and all that, today it was sold at 9.35 in our space. So, yesterday Simba said I didn't want to speak about the Naira and all that. What did he want me to speak?
Only because you spoke about it every day, and then when they started to get
for me, I speak about it every day. But for me, my problem is I said it here is the stability of the Naira that I want. It's not all this jumping up and down of our economy. And if did you want me to come to the national TV and be rejoicing that the Naira is 9.30 something? Where did APC meet the Naira when they came into government? Even if we are to start from there. So what am I going to rejoice about that? If he wants me to rejoice, let them take it to 180 or 200 where they met it now. Or even if let Tinubu take it to 750 that he met it when Buhari handed over to him. So you shouldn't tell me to rejoice, because I know I live in the country. I know where the Naira started to fall to this point. It's not a good thing to celebrate. So if you want me to celebrate because of Naira of 930 or 1,000 Naira, which also fall in the hand of APC, he's getting it very wrong. I'll not celebrate about it.
The APC made the naira at the rate of 180. So if they know what they can do to take it back, then that time I will not have something to say about the naira. So let him not come here and tell me that I'm not celebrating because naira is dropping at drop just few the one they killed. And this is not even this policy they are bringing out for this naira. It's not I don't know how sustainable it is. Because they are borrowing money to sustain it. Today, our debt profile is rising every day, and it's not looking in that direction. No foreign reserve.
All right.
87 trillion. So what am I there to celebrate? Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Ekene. So thank you, Ekene. So let's move it on from Ekene. I'm conscious that people have been waiting, but people end up waiting just because of the conversation. But let's move it in the direction of Baba, who a lot of people have been waiting to hear from. So Baba, you're up next. Baba.
Yeah, thank you, one man. And
Baba, good to have you.
Good evening to everyone. I salute the panelists and my favorite people in the comment section. I salute you all. My favorites are not there today, but I know they may be listening in the background.
Chioma is there now. Is Chioma not your favorite?
Yeah, Chioma is there, Dupsy is there, but there are other that the A's,
and Juju is there
Ola, Ola and everybody. But I salute those that are here, those listening, Princess and all the rest, Fatai. I salute you, I commend you. Chioma is there, Adewale, Opumulero, IK, Fever, and Double OC. OC, one OC, Nzelgutu. I salute you. I salute you very well. And every other person, Tawa, Momoni, and Adewale, I salute you all. Keep on shooting. You make the program tick. And to our viewers and listeners on the other side, please like, share, and subscribe to this program. But like we always say, like now. Click that like. It costs you nothing. You're enjoying the platform and you want to come tomorrow. So please do that. Let's graduate from 60, 80 like to above 100. Okay, thank you very much. Yes, one man. Before you start with me, let me just put the Imo election into perspective. What happened on Sunday? You see, how do I put it? There is what we call protocol in governance. If you've not experienced it before, once a president walks in or a governor walks in, the gate is shut, whether in church, whether any other place. They shut the gate. He knows, Ashonu knows. He just wants trouble. And I'm disappointed he didn't get trouble on that Sunday. Because the governor was in the church already.
Also, Dad, you want an also Dad to get trouble. He's done his own bit for the country now.
Who will get? Where Ajiro day now? Ajiro get luck. He's lucky. Ajiro know what was planned for him. But what Joshua wanted to say is that it was when you know you've lost, that's what happens. All you want is just trouble. Come this time on Monday, one will be declared for a second term. Simple as that. Prompt me for what you want me to say.
All right. The big news of the day, of course, Peter Obi's World Conference speech, which essentially went in the direction that we all anticipated. So what did you make of it? Did you hear it? Did anything surprise you? He says he was going to play opposition politics now. What are you making of that? So Peter Obi, he finally speaks. Now you respond.
I didn't listen, actually. I even followed you in the morning because I just know that chapter is closed as far as I'm concerned. You put the analysis in the proper perspective when you started your opening reading initially. Where is he going anymore? 32 years? He has no way to go. So the only thing they can do is for them to push Dati into the arena today to come back to arise. And Ekene said it well. Even Arise, well, Charles was afraid. But the fool, the Mauritanian fool, continued to poke people in the nose, the authorities in the nose, in the eyes, I mean. And like Bishop said, they will lock him up, throw away the keys, nothing will happen. Nothing. His half brother already is in the government. Already in the government. Nothing will happen. He's somebody who is always having his foot in his mouth. That is his nature. He's just goofy. And they took advantage. They've not seen him for some time. He's gone to rest. You see his rosy cheek today, and they push him into the studio of Arise. What those people, the question you should be asking them is, why didn't they go to Arise all these months when he was not around? They want to use him. The thing they want, look, they are baying for blood, and nobody is minding them. This will not happen. Everybody don't wise. If you are baying for blood, take your wife, your children, your mother if he's still alive, your father if he's still alive, go to Jibo at dawn and start a riot. Then you will know the people there today in Aso Rock are not only in government, they are in power. They are in power. You don't mess with a government, whether they are Agbado, whether they are Snake, whatever they are, they've been voted in. Until the next 4 years, let everybody go and rest. Go and rest, do the hard work necessary. No hard work, no food for lazy man. That is the structure of politics as it is in our dining table at home every day. Don't think anybody is going to hand anything to you. Power is not handed to anybody on a platter. You sit back. If you sit back, then nothing will come to you. Nothing will come to you. Power is not handed over to anybody. You fight for it anywhere in the world. Be it in political arena, in battlefield, you fight for it. You show the scars for it. You wear them as a badge of honor. So one man, that is why I just put it in the past. Whatever they are doing right now, they are just cashing in. It's like you have this money left. What do we do so that we can make an invoice to swallow all this money? That's what they are just doing. Press conference here, going with 6 people to London to go and campaign, carry placard somewhere, shout for 1 hour, book their ticket, hotel against the campaign fund, and that's all they are doing. That is all they are just doing, mopping up whatever is left of their campaign funds. And at the end of the day, they will go and rest. Because people who are serious about politics are working at it. Look at Wike trying to put Saraki forward from the central region to be the chairman of PDP. So that he can
What do you make of that? Because Saraki is not done in politics yet, and I think you know, when the dust settles in PDP, I think it is actually Saraki that might well come out on top.
Yeah, but he knows definitely that he cannot be president. He's calculating. He has made that logical calculation, and is not in good health.
Saraki?
Yeah, he's not in good health. So what would benefit him most is to be the chairman of the party. And he knows politics very well. He's been in APC, he's been in PDP. He has friends across the divide. So he will serve Wike's purpose very well, because Wike's money is still fresh and he's having his third term indirectly in Rivers State. So the party goes on. Welcome, my darling. The party goes on for him. So that is what we call hard work in politics. It's about calculation. Politics is not a 1 + 1 is not 2 in politics. 1 + 1 is 11 in politics. So if anybody sit back and think this thing, nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. People who are ruling, they are trying their best. What they met on the ground is what they are working on. They will bring us to the modern era, how a modern state is run. That's where they are taking us to. We've been living in a fool's paradise where we buy fuel for almost peanuts, a country where a bottle of beer is more expensive than a liter of fuel, only in Nigeria. Only in Nigeria. So we have to, and
there's a lot in what you said actually, but people don't want to hear it. Nigerians have actually had a very subsidized lifestyle all the way through the life of that country.
No, I'm telling you for a fact. You understand?
They buy petrol for peanuts. They buy everything for peanuts.
Woman, let me tell you. Let's forget crossing the ocean and coming abroad. Let's talk about Africa. If you go to other African countries, their plantain is like our own banana. Their plantain is like our own banana. Their yam, how do I describe their yam? Their yam is like the size of our own plantain. When I tell them maybe in Senegal or Cote d'Ivoire or Ghana, I say, look, in my own country, if you see the yam from Otukpo alone, is bigger than my body. They will be looking at, they've not seen things like that. Our country is blessed, but we don't value it. The average 3-bedroom or 2-bedroom flat you will get maybe in an average area in Nigeria, you will pay through your nose to have that kind of place in other countries, our neighbors, where a manager at times, a small, like a senior clerk in a bank will be riding a motorbike. His counterpart in Nigeria will be cruising on a Camry. We've had it. We've practically subsidized the living of our neighbors, even up to Congo. Now the hen has come home to roost. We don't have that kind of money because we've been subsidizing fuel, foreign exchange, everything except the air we breathe in Nigeria. I lived even when we had.
Can I interject?
Oh, Baba Jaliko, carry on, please.
Baba, I can see that the way you and one man talking about this subsidy, Nigeria subsidized everything. Nigeria did not subsidize nothing for Nigerian people, but rather for the people at the top for themselves. They're subsidizing for themselves to continue to loot the resources of that country. They didn't subsidize for Nigerian people. The peanut they give to Nigerian people that they will shout, oh, they subsidize. They didn't subsidize for Nigerian people.
No, but Aja, maybe you don't get my point. Wait, where the subsidies comes in, the landing cost. Let's start the petrol before we go to the forest. The petrol, when it comes, let's say the landing costs will come persistently for years, is always above the pump price. Let's just say for the sake of this conversation.
All those subsidies that was perpetrated with corruption was for the top class of the society. The writing of invoice for subsidy for these people to cut away with billions of dollars. It's not the poor people on the street that enjoy it, but themselves.
No, Aja, you are not getting the picture here.
That subsidy.
They operated it so that the public, the citizenry, will enjoy cost of low petrol. But in that low petrol, our neighbors, for instance, let's say for the sake of this conversation, let's put a figure. Maybe they are buying at 100. You understand? And in our country, we are selling at 50. So it becomes a business for our neighbor to buy from us. And the business people we are talking about are taking advantage of it. We are enjoying because we are buying at very low price, but they are the one really taking the money to the bank. That's what the Suez Trade is. Ditto for the foreign exchange, where people will not, who are struggling, want to send their children to school, will buy in the parallel markets, or put money in the bank and ask their bank to get it for them at any cost. But these same people will go to CBN and they will get what I are buying for 700. They will get it for 435 to 465.
Can I please interject, please?
So
who is that?
This is Joel of Nashville.
Okay, Joel. Okay.
Let me learn.
Go ahead, brother.
My own point is this: the forex, the petrol, and all those subsidies and all the rest, it was meant to stimulate economic growth. But what did they do? The people in charge, the top class, used that, they corrupted that economic measure to their own advantage. They didn't let it work for common man. They didn't let it work for Nigerian people. I mean, for the Nigerian state, but for themselves alone. So if you want to blame, we should focus our blame majorly on the people that are given the responsibility to manage that thing, that did not manage it well, but rather to their own advantage, in conjunction with the billionaires and all the people that you see, the politicians and all the rest. So Nigerian people, if it was well managed, Nigeria will be better off. We will see the translation in the productivity and the GDP of that country. Nigeria will be richer, but rather they deny Nigeria that opportunity to have economic growth, but looted all the resources.
No, I'm not getting your point, Aja. I'm not getting your point.
If I can come in, I get where Baba Aja. By the way, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from. I'm Joel of Nashville on One Man Show. I just want to say, like, share, and subscribe. By the way, I don't know who was talking. I think it's Baba. Was that Baba?
Yeah.
Okay, Baba. Good day, sir. The issue here is this: the Nigerian people are suffering for the inabilities of those in government. And at what point do we ask ourselves, what do we actually get from this government? Are we subsidizing because Nigeria actually needs the subsidizing of the subsidy? Or are we perpetrating that, or have we built an ecosystem where the beneficiaries, the main beneficiaries, are those in government and their clique, whereas to the people, ordinary people, we are being sold the idea that we are being subsidized? I think that is where the problem comes from. Now, when you look at the issue of subsidy, now you were talking about those other countries that benefit from subsidy of the sustainable petroleum product in Nigeria. Well, so who is in charge of our borders, or securing our borders? It's still the government. Peter Obi asked a question prior to the election. He said, how much are we even consuming in Nigeria? It was a big question that even NNPC could not answer. How much are we? So what are we subsidizing? So we would actually keep subsidy if we were subsidizing the actual amount of petroleum products, because with that way it will put much pressure on the naira. So that is the issue here. So now we talk about the fraud. We've not talked about the fraud in DPR. We had this guy, the former governor of Bauchi State, talking about
what did it in DPR? What did you say? I didn't get that.
I said DPR, Department of Petroleum Resources, right? The kind of fraud that goes on in that department, we have seen, we had of vessels that come in empty, and they write it for them that they brought in product, and they are paid. Who is the head? Hold on, my brother. Who is the head of that department for the past 8 years? It was APC and Buhari. Buhari was at the top. Now, who is the head of NNPC? We don't have. I don't think we have any minister of
subsidy didn't start with Buhari.
Right. So I don't think we have any minister of petroleum. So
the subsidy. Wait, Joel. Did subsidy start from Buhari? No. Subsidy has been with us for a very long time. We subsidize petroleum product. We subsidize electricity. So many things are being subsidized.
Look, let me tell you, you still don't get it. You still don't get it.
No, it's you that don't get it. Because look, if you are talking about smuggling and things like that. Look, couple of years back, between southern Malaysia and Singapore, there's a border. We call it Johor Bahru. Malaysia is an oil-rich country. Singapore is not oil-rich, but they have a refinery and shipyard repair. If you have to cross in your car from Singapore into Johor Bahru, the custom, they measure the fuel in your tank. They watch your dashboard. They read it. If it's not working well, they have a tape. They will take into your tank. But you must enter Malaysia with half a tank. But I know, for instance, transporters, let's say Cotonou to Lagos, Lagos to Ghana, people going to Lagos fill their cars with their kegs in their boot with fuel. It's a trade of their own. They cross the border with it. They pay custom and they cross the border to go and sell. Same thing with that. I've seen in border at what's that Seme border. I saw many years ago. I can't remember. I think in the 90s.
So that's the failure of government. That's what we're talking about.
Wait. Let me give you an
hold on for Baba Joel.
Look, I've seen an example. The trade. If you've been to Seme, you will see that the petrol thing is disgusting. People from Benin Republic, they have this scooter, Vespa. They've turned it into a tree car. You know, Vespa has this pregnancy by the seat side behind. They expanded it. They put cripple on Vespas to go into Badagry and beyond, load this thing because all this tanker. And I saw a cripple got burnt live. Nobody could near him in Seme. He was shouting. The Vespa caught fire. This is how the trade went on. The thing I'm saying here is that if we cannot, because you said, when we have custom, are the custom not citizens? Are the government people not citizens? So if we are like that, if we know our antecedents as citizens, because we Nigerians, we know ourselves, we need a hear word. We have to be truthful. Look at the mirror. We need a hear word. Then let's upgrade it into international pricing. And that's all. And that, of course, killed that trade entirely. We had how they are trying to strike in Cameroon because Nigeria's oil is not more available to them. Other economies surrounding us are all crying. And today, from 70, 60 million liters, we are just using a little above 30 million liters every day. So that means about 30 to 40 million liters has been going to other countries.
Baba, can I interject you, Baba?
No, let me go towards what then you can interject. And because now where I'm seeing today, I hear poverty, and I am saying with all sense of responsibility that with every situation there is an opportunity. As we speak today, that yes, times are hard in our country. People are building houses, people are buying cars, people are sending their children abroad. While some rich people too, their wealth is dwindling. It's a cycle. Life is a cycle. Look, I've lived in our country in the up 1976 era. You can't even find a brand new car to buy in Nigeria. You can't find. You pay and wait for about 3 months for your Datsun or Subaru to come. You pay your cash down 3,250 for a Subaru or a Datsun 140 or 120. That's how, even that period of prosperity where they are selling tires for 27 naira and inner tube for 3 naira, there are still poor people. People who cannot feed, even in that era of plenty. That is why I arrive at that with all sense of that life is a cycle. There are poor people today in Nigeria that are making it, that has just come into wealth. That has just come into wealth. In poverty situation, opportunity. In time of plenty, opportunity. So everybody should just look well. Because everything is about governance in Nigeria. We should go to our neighbors. We should live in other countries, not America, not Europe. Check out Cameroon, check out Gabon, check out Equatorial Guinea, Congo, Benin Republic, Togo. Go on and see. This is my own take in all of this. Yes,
Kenny, I want to pull back the interjections just because people have been waiting for too long.
It's just few interjections. I asked him, he said he will allow me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Baba, you said a lot of things, which is I try to understand, but you know, the Nigeria we are supposed to be the giant of Africa in any ramification. I believe Nigeria is blessed. I believe we have everything. But if we are talking about subsidizing for Nigerians for a very long time, I don't see anything that the government is doing for the citizen in this country. The electricity you talk about, even the electricity, the one we manage to pay, you don't see the light. Just like where you are, that you know that anything you spend, you will get it. If you pay for electricity, you are getting it 100%. If you pay for water bill, you are getting it 100%.
Okay.
So what are we talking about? What are we talking about?
How much he pays for electricity? You will be shocked.
Let's have the electricity. You just when you're talking about the fuel subsidy, there is no fuel, and when the reason why many Nigerians don't complain about electricity much is because at least that petroleum is very cheap. You can get a petrol of 1,000 naira, put it in that your pass and it can carry you for 3 days. It's no longer there, and that electricity is no longer
for
there.
That cheap petrol you are buying, government is subsidizing it, paying for it.
But we have it now. We have it. It's our natural resources. We don't even need to talk about it. But it's just that it's not because of
it's that sense of entitlement, isn't it?
Yes, it's relatively a self-entitlement. It's what we own. We Nigerians are demanding it. So if that is the only thing we gain as our national, if God bless us with it, we're not supposed to lack it. So we wasted all our money. Today, no refinery, nothing is working in Nigeria. I want to put it to you, Baba.
Yes.
This present APC government said that the refinery will work in December. I want to put it to you. We are coming.
It's not going to work.
I just want to put it here on this platform because they swear that is going to work on December. And I want to put it to you, we are coming back here on December 31st. God will keep us alive. Because I have already had their interview, which they are trying to shift blame.
If you ask Aja or Bishop, they are regulars here, they will tell you, I'm the first person to tell them that those refineries will not work.
Then why are they giving us fake promises all the time when they know they cannot deliver it?
Because
and you say they are they're doing this, they're doing that.
Because those who are there, they are listening to, are deceiving them. They are the people in our trade union. They are the people in NNPC, PLC or Limited. They are believing them. Our country is unraveling. When that time reach, all the promises they've given them, all the monies they've approved for them, and yet they can't deliver, that time we will know. It's small. This is a kind of, we are just starting to live and catch up with where we should be in the Committee of Nations.
We are nowhere close. Infrastructure, we are nowhere close.
We are getting close. As far as I'm concerned, the foundation is being laid. You asked me some time ago that will these 4 years be enough? And I told you that, look, at the end of these first 4 years, it will be foundation years, that we can see the totality of the light at the end of the tunnel, but we will know where we are going. We will have a direction, a hopeful direction. Because what we've been living before, I mean, we will have woken up one day and find out that the country is bankrupt because you are using money to stabilize the forex. You are using money also to make sure the citizenry are in comfort and buy cheap oil. So for how long will you be using at least about $300 million every month, and start even borrowing to do that?
Baba, if Nigeria is buying oil petrol for 50 naira, it's our right.
But it's our right. The cost of production?
Other countries don't have it the way we have. As in, Nigeria is blessed in terms of other African countries. We are supposed to be number one in everything.
Cote d'Ivoire has oil.
So if we're getting oil for 100 naira, if we're getting oil for 100 naira, it's our right. It's a given natural resources from God to us. Our politicians are just using it to feed fat for themselves. Why the masses? We're not supposed to be complaining about all this suffering. When you compare us to Dubai and other countries that don't have what we have. So I don't know what to compare here. We have it. We own it.
The thing we should ask is that the government now has streamlined everything and bring it to what I would call modern economics. So it's now our work, our business to now supervise the government themselves as citizens to say, okay, this oil now we are buying it at international price. This electricity we are using now is at international price. Why am I not having it? Or why is this not happening?
But at the wages at international price, though, that's the thing.
I'm coming to that exactly. Because right now, the government has put themselves in a very difficult situation. And I like it that way, because the wage award of 30,000, or is it 35? If you add it to the 30 they are earning now, averagely they are earning 65. Come January is the new minimum wage period. So negotiation will start. When negotiations start, they are not good. The workers are not going to tell you that minimum wage was this thing. Is that 65 range you have to build upon for them? So I can see labor getting about 90,000 for our people. 90,000 for our people. So that's why I say government has walked themselves into a cul-de-sac where they cannot escape. Because they said 3 months for 35, or was it 6 months? So by then it's January. 2 months now will be in January. So the labor union will start their negotiation for a new minimum wage. So this is where the workers, so when we bring it at par there, fine. Will 90,000 be okay? Or 95,000 will be okay? Let everybody cut their coat according to their clothes. It's as simple as that. Because if you look, people might be annoyed that I'm always comparing us to our neighbors, but it's person that you sleep by his side that you can turn and maybe touch. Look, Nigerians.
Baba, even the neighbors we are comparing us with. I enjoy dividends of democracy.
Please let Baba land, and then I'll go on to Larry. People have been waiting for too long.
One man, Nigeria cannot eat without meat. If you go to Benin Republic, you know what they call a cheke?
No, I've never heard of it.
No Nigerian will eat it. If our traders in Togo, Benin, they buy a cheke, they will buy fish, large fish. That's why our neighbors look at us as very rich. In Ghana, they call it Keta school boys. That is yoyo. Aja will know yoyo, Bishop will know yoyo. That's small, tiny fish. Our own is even palatable because if you go to Tinubu now at 12 midnight, you want to buy yoyo, they will wrap it with tomato. When you take it with gari and drink gari with it, but their own is so dry, they call it Keta school boys. If they take it with kenke, carry onions, cut tomato, and put atanla, once they grind it, no boiling, nothing, they are eating. That's why you hardly see obese people in all those places. It's only Nigerians that are obese. But when we eat, it's like when they see our pot, they like put their hand in their mouth and say, "You people get money." Oh. This is I mean, it's a wonderful country. We are blessed, but we are taking a lot of things for granted. We are not counting our blessings. This is my take, one man.
Oh, all right, brilliant, excellent. Thank you, Baba. So, Baba, for time, let me go from you to Larry, who has been waiting patiently. Hopefully, still there. Larry, you remember Larry, the one that speaks excellently. Larry, you're up next.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody, and thank you, one man.
Sorry about the wait. It's usually not this long, but the conversation it takes over sometimes. The conversation.
No, it's no problem. It's no problem. So far, people can actually hear their view. So that's the great thing there.
So let's hear from you. Where do you want to come at it from? Do you want to come at it from Peter Obi and his whatever it is that he just said, or do you want to come at it from a different angle?
Okay. Okay. Let me start from Peter Obi. Then I can go to the next angle. So for Peter Obi, you see, the thing is, for me, I wasn't expecting something different. So the whole thing, him coming in and, I think it's just more to pacify. He just did all those to pacify the obedience because it's been missing in action and he just needs to just give them something to hold. And, for Dati, you see, it's so funny, for Dati, because someone was saying, oh, yeah, he's saying things. People should remember that if Tinubu wanted to go the Buhari way, someone like Dati will have been arrested. But I like the fact that it's been liberal, which is good, right? You could say whatever you want to say. The basic thing is just to face what he wants to face, and which we are interested in. For someone like me, I'm not really interested in the politics. I'm interested in Nigeria, which I think it's actually good. So I know it's normal, right? There's still a lot of money to be spent. I'm not sure the Labour Party has actually done proper accounts regarding how much they made during the campaign. I think there's still some money remaining. So it's still normal, right? They still need to keep the momentum till.
No, we need that account though, because Shore gave us an account of how he managed the donations, and what Labour Party they're telling us they want to create a new Nigeria, which is all about accountability. So we need a breakdown of the the donations they got and how they expended it.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate, right? I'm not sure you'll be seeing that donation very soon, right? Because I was talking to one of my friends that's a very key supporter, and I know how much he actually donated from here. But the basic thing is this. I expect them, particularly Peter Obi, I expect him to go more into making more friends than more enemies. The last election, Nigeria has never had it so bad. Nigeria has never gone into election so divided. Nigeria has never gone into election that is full of picking the hot spots from ethnicity to religion. This, I can actually say that this is actually the first time we are really having that really got it so bad. And I'm happy. I'm happy. This is the first time that Nigeria actually had access to social media, to use social media to its fullest. And this is actually the first time that
But Larry, this is the sign of things to come. This is the politics of the future, though, and in the future, it is people like us in spaces like this that will determine the future of countries like Nigeria.
the thing is this. You see, this election has actually made us really know how some people can go to the extent of being utmost bully. As in, for me, right? The first time I joined your show, I hardly speak because, particularly when it comes to Nigerian things. And the major thing was just that anytime I come on social media, all I see is bully, right? And that's why I had to give it to you because this your show is actually one of those shows that you kind of keep it objective. You can't see that anywhere. So, but it's good. It's good. But I don't really see. I think the major thing, if Obi really wants something for himself, I think he needs to work with Atiku, or probably they need to have one opposition that is formidable. But if it's still the same game, it's still going to be the same result. So that's the only thing I can say regarding Obi. I really don't want to go to that length of really discussing him because it's not worth discussing. Okay, we can go to another thing.
All right. So these just the sharp fluctuations of the naira, which are people's financial speculators, they will be making bank. I actually know a couple of people that are making bank already. I know a person that bought £1,000,000 of naira, and every day he will say, "Oh, my money has gone up by X amount of hundreds of thousands." But for the average person, it's a real hemorrhaging. We hear Ekene lament about it all the time. So what do you think is going on in that space, and how do you see it settling? And where do you see it settling at, that naira sharp skittish fluctuation?
You see, the problem of Nigeria is we have a lot of economic saboteurs. People that don't really believe in the country and people that really want the country to collapse. You see, the naira is going to find its true value. I think I said it the last time I was actually here. It's really
where do you see that at? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so true value of naira for me, it's going to be somewhere around 900. That's for me. I know.
To the dollar.
To a dollar, exactly. And I think Tinubu is really playing the game. I told you, I told you something the last time I was here when we were talking about Dangote and Boa. Tinubu is playing the game. Those guys need to bring money back home. I don't see any reason why the likes of Dangote will make dollars outside and will not bring it back home. Why, when MTN is repatriating dollar from here to South Africa? So I think the major people that really need to help Tinubu in this, and I think is really playing the game well, is him talking to the big guys to believe in Nigerian banks and bring those money back. So imagine a Dangote bringing over $600 million back to Nigerian economy. If others can actually do the same thing. So Government does not have any duty to stabilize foreign exchange if things happen to work on the normal way, right? If we're having people like Dangote, people like Boa, people like Adenuga bringing some of his proceeds from Ghana, bringing some of his proceeds from his from other companies that he actually has outside, people like Ofor, the big guys, right? Elumelu and all of them believing in Nigeria. So whatever anybody, probably somebody keeping holding $1 million, those ones are not really the thing that really make that effect. So for me, I think it's actually the best period, and I'm happy that I'm seeing a lot of guys from outside the country kind of like showing interest, because this is the best time to really invest in Nigeria, and for those money really coming in. So I think plus or minus, probably by December, I think we should be having more money coming in. So for those speculators, I think it's I'm sorry for them, right? I'm sorry for them because they are going to lose more. I see them losing more. And what I expect again for the CBN, and I like the fact that Cardoso he said he's going to face what he's supposed to do, which is basically price stability. So, the problem we are having is just that the CBN, rather than focusing on what they were their primary duty, they've been focusing on what is really secondary. Emefiele actually did a very bad job. Rather than focusing on what is really going to help Nigeria, he was basically focusing on unnecessary things like all these anchor borrower money, they are nothing. So for me, I think it's good. It's good that we are beginning to see Naira showing that appreciation, and at the same time, I think it's now left for the government to be more disciplined, because I think what is really missing is that discipline. The government needs to be disciplined in the way they actually handle things. I know Tinubu knows the game, and is really playing the card well, particularly with the billionaires. Telling them what they need to hear, giving giving the investors confidence, and giving people that opportunity to be able to take their money out and clearing the backlog. So if they do that, I see Naira coming more stronger, and and hopefully, if we are able to really get outside, this issue of importing fuel, I think it's going to be good. And I think the whole thing now goes to Nigeria itself, because we as Nigerian, I think the major thing is, you see, we can actually have our political leaning, but the major thing is the patriotism. If you look at, I was reading something yesterday, and I was looking at palm oil, and I got to know that Nigerians, in terms of what Nigerians imported in terms of palm oil, we imported palm oil over $500 million from Malaysia. And I keep asking myself, has it gotten that bad, right? That we don't even eat Nigerian palm oil again. So I think it's just more of people now believing in the country and now walking around the president, even if you don't like him, even if you don't like his party. But do you like the country? Do you like the currency? And also, in terms of how they are really trying to help that country, I think they are trying to use the Indian approach, because India, at the point, India was actually in a lot of problem, and with that problem, the only thing India did was technological revolution. If you look at the US today, hardly will you see a tech company that does not have Indians in them. And how did India do it? India invested massively. They knew the future, and they invested massively. Give it to the likes of Tata. They invested massively into that Indian economy. They invested massively into training people and making those people that cheap labor that the US is looking for now. Companies are running down in the US because they are moving their tech side to India, because the Indian team is cheaper. So I think for now, if we're able to do that, you beginning to see a lot of folks that can actually work from Nigeria remotely, and still making that dollar, because the whole thing, all those US, UK, everybody wants cheap labor. So I think Tinubu should just focus on that, taking us out from where we are now. If we can't use agriculture, I think with what they are doing, using tech, I think the Minister of Communication is doing a great thing. And I think I was reading something recently. They're trying to train like 3 million people in tech job roles. If they can invest in that, so hopefully in the next 1 year, I think Nigeria will kind of like have more leeway to be better. So it's a good time for Nigeria. It's a good time. I just hope, and I plead, right? I plead with people that actually supported Peter Obi, people that actually supported Atiku, because deep inside you, one thing that you should definitely know is ask yourself, it's, do I like Nigeria, or do I like my political party, or my political leaning? So I'm very sure everybody likes Nigeria. Everybody wants Nigeria to be great.
You know what you just said there. That's actually true. You know, everybody likes Nigeria, but it's just how to get the country right is what we differ on. Hopefully, I would like to believe that we all want the same thing. It's just how we get there that is really where the chasm is.
Yeah. You know, the thing is this. For me, right? It's not a day job. And why I really like what Tinubu is doing, right? I might not really like some of his policy, but what I like him doing is the fact that he's helping us. He's presently helping my generation by bringing more of my generation into the government. Because you've always seen my generation outside the government, we complain more than participating. And now you have a lot of youth in his government participating. And at the end of the 4 years, they are going to have their scorecard. And then we're able to know if they are able to make a change. Because one thing I've known about Nigerians is we complain a lot. And which is, it's normal, right? We complain a lot and we argue a lot rather than kind of like looking at solutions. We don't see solutions, right? But we believe that those complaints will definitely bring solution. And in most cases, those complaints have never brought solutions to us. So I think that's it on that. Do we have any other things to talk on?
Yes, still staying with the article space. There's the push for him to. Actually, they're speculating that they just want to get rid of him out of the PDP because he's still somewhat nursing a presidential ambition still, and the PDP are starting to feel that politics has moved away from his particular brand. So do you think Atiku has it within him to pivot into a statesman, or do you think they necessarily have to kick him out of the PDP? Or do you think that Atiku still has anything to offer within that space?
You see, for Atiku, I think the major thing is, when you have too much hush money, right? You think nothing is impossible. And for me, I think if PDP really know what they want, and you see, the whole thing about Atiku, give Atiku 1 year, 2 year, you're going to see a revolt from the governors and PDP against him. They're really going to come out and make him know that they need to take that party back. Because for me, Atiku has never done PDP any good. If you look at the trajectory from days, Atiku has always been this person that take advantage of parties. From when he was in ACN, he knew that probably things were not going on in ACN. He was in APC, he went back to PDP. So I've not really seen that consistency in him. So for me, I don't really think he has any future in PDP, but he's still going to, obviously, he still has his guys, right? They can always shout and all those things. But for me, I believe, those guys in PDP, if they really know what they really want, they need to now sit back, kind of like do a root cause analysis, and kind of like identify where their problem is. And if they're able to manage it, I think I'm seeing a very formidable opposition coming back and giving Tinubu a run for his money. So, But for them, if they still get food,
Do you think for PDP to ever regain power, they have to form a coalition just in the manner that the APC did?
you know, the thing is this. For me, you see all those coalition, right? I don't even pray they form a coalition, because the more they form a coalition, the more Nigeria suffer. I want a rebuild of PDP, right? PDP, like, give it to the Labour guys, Labour Party guys, right? Because I need a PDP, because PDP has that network. I need a rebirth of PDP to do away with some of these article and everybody, and having people move into PDP. So if it's still the same thing, come, and I think it's a very good game that Ashwaji is playing, right? Keep the opposition, keep them dismantled. The more you keep them dismantled, the more you weaken them. And if you keep weakening them, yeah, the better for him. So, but I hope the PDP guys are able to sit down right now and put their house in order. If they're able to do that, kind of like, if they need to talk to, I see Obi losing some of his followers, and the PDP guys, they just need to talk to all their guys, talk to Kwankwa. So hopefully, if the appeal court judgment does not favor Kwankwaso's NMPP, then I see a Kwankwaso going back to PDP. So hopefully, let's see how it goes. It's Nigeria and it's politics. So hopefully, but for me, I'm more interested in a formidable opposition, because I don't believe in one party kind of like dominating. Because if we really want Nigeria to be good, then we need to have a strong opposition. So I'm looking into more of those strong opposition that is ready to put politics
For
behind.
us to have a strong because we have actually we don't even have an opposition, or if we think about it, I was going to say we have the PDP, but we don't, because the PDP governorship forum, they are already saying they are in cooperation with the Tinubu administration, which is to tell you that they are not going to push them hard. And the Peter Obi obedient movement, they are not yet able to craft a coherent sort of politics. So that's to tell you then that Tinubu just sits there and nobody's there to hold him to account.
Yeah, Tinubu is only playing his card as a good politician, right? He's only playing his card as a good politician. If you're in a game like that and you know that you have a lot of guys that are against you, the only thing you can do is to keep them apart. But because the moment they come together, then there is a problem. So, which is normal, right? I think we are still in the era of politics. Hopefully, probably in the next 3-4 months, everybody will leave that politics and they'll be able to like face Nigeria, believe in Nigeria, and oppose the government, particularly on policies. Because for me, that's one of those things, right, that I'm really interested in. I'm interested in every parties coming and objectively opposing policies that are not really working, putting the government on their toes, and to really do the right thing. So if we're able to get that, right, I think at the end of the day, everybody is gonna be better off.
And the operative word is that objective, It's not criticism just for its own sake, just to be contrarian and to object to everything. Because for you to be an effective opposition, you have to seed it where they are getting it right, but try not to be too complimentary or too often. If you say that, oh, they got it right there, then it makes it more believable when you tell us that they got it wrong there. But if you tell us that they got it wrong, they got it wrong, they got it wrong, then people will just say, well, that's what you do anyway. So they have to craft that opposition space in a way that really serves the country.
Yeah, I really think you're really right. The problem with our leaders, we have leaders that are not really ready to tell their followers the truth. They are not really ready to tell their followers that patriotism is number one. For example, look at Israel, right? There's a lot of opposition in Israel, but immediately Israel was in war, everybody had to come back and hold the country. So that's exactly what I'm expecting, right? I know it's still going to be more of, hey, they're still going to play politics, but I expect the leaders to now come out, and which was what I was expecting today, but unfortunately I didn't get it from Peter Obi, right? Because I was expecting him to just come out and say, yes, this is the usual of things. This is the country. what can we do? I'm going to be there to keep the government on its toes on policies that are not really working, that are really affecting the country. So that's what I was expecting. But unfortunately, I have, if they are all afraid of their followers. And, hopefully, probably in the next 3 4 months, I think the whole politics and everything will have actually gone away, except, they still believe in this normal propaganda, kind of like to keep their followers busy. But hopefully, I see them, coming together and giving a Tinubu government a run for their money.
All right, brilliant. There was one other story that I did actually bring to the fore. Do you know this guy, Mr. Ibu, who had his legs amputated, or you're not in that sort of space? He's a show business guy.
Yeah. Who doesn't know Mr.
I was so sad when I saw it earlier on.
Yeah, who doesn't know Mr. Ibu? It's so unfortunate. I was reading it today and I was like, wow. Because those were people that really, those were people that really made her
Yeah, that's the backdrop to our youthful days. Yes.
Yeah. But I think the major thing is this. You see, the industry itself, I think they need to plan that industry very well, and so that they'll have, you see, these are legends. And for me, I think the industry is not how it used to be, right? In those days, there was no a lot of publicity, a lot of money, and these people has actually put a lot. But what you see in most cases is just that because that industry, they didn't really put a lot of structure in it. That's why you're seeing a lot of all those people coming in, and there are a lot of them that are not even coming out, right? That are dying in silence. So I think they just need to have some structure around it, and also the government too needs to help them, right? Because at this point, probably, if you have a minister of, culture and tourism, I think these are places that they need to come in and sometimes take some time to celebrate some of these people. Look at their condition. If there are ways for you to really help them, particularly when it comes to their health, right? If there is a way you could give them some leeway, particularly with government hospitals, and let them have that structure. Sometimes people may not have structure, but government could also help them to kind of like help them put a structure that they can always build on. So that's what I'm expecting. Hopefully, Mr. Ibu, yeah, with what I heard, I said, yeah, probably it will be better now, right? Probably they could actually get him an artificial leg. That's still, he could still get that, and he could still come back and still make us happy. So that's it.
It's just testament to the sort of medical services we have in Nigeria, really. That is one of my biggest fears, to fall ill in Nigeria. Where do you even go? It's just some nightmare sort of.
One man, it depends on what you can afford. There are first-class hospitals in Nigeria.
What about ambulance service? How would the ambulance get to the traffic to get you?
They also have air ambulances. There are hospitals. It's just affordability.
Yeah,
I tell you.
Yeah,
but there's no insurance system that captures that.
Yeah, and I think the thing, particularly with Nigerian health system, it also has to do with us as Nigerians, right? Because if you look at when I first got to the US, me coming from Nigeria, the normal thing, right? You see, in Nigeria, averagely, you're sick, you go to the hospital, nobody does it. You don't have to go through any test. Oh, yeah, it's malaria, it's typhoid, it's this, is that, right? So probably if he had been visiting, probably had a normal checkup, probably it won't get to that point, right? That he has to degenerate to that point that they have to like amputate him. So, but it's still more of the medical profession itself, trying to like put some regulation in it, and hopefully we can actually have a better healthcare. Because if you look at it, medical professionals in Nigeria, they go to anywhere in the world and they are always on top of their game. If you come to the US, the best doctors go to places like Chicago, the best doctors in Chicago, if you count like 10, I'm very sure 5 of them will be from Nigeria. If you go to places like Indiana, if you go to places like Indiana, same thing. Go to some places like Texas, Maryland, the same thing. So we have it, and we have that structure. It's just more like the doctors in Nigeria, are they really ready to really do the job? An average doctor in Nigeria who works with the government, who is a doctor in a government hospital in Nigeria, also has a private hospital, right? And even in those government hospitals, they are ready to tell you you're not going to get the best service here. They will
They
recommend.
will even steal the drugs from the
Yeah,
government
yeah. So,
hospital one day and then
so
take it to their.
exactly. And another thing is the
That's
labor.
when our government falls too.
No, that's no, no. It's not. That's for us as individual. That's for us as
Exactly, my brother.
that's not a government thing, right? And the problem with Nigeria, right? I need to say this: it's the labor. You see, the labor organization in Nigeria. I can tell you that's one of the problem that I see in Nigeria, not being objective. If you see any small thing now, I know at a point the government was trying to like say, if you are going to work for us, right? There's no point where you work for us, you still want to keep your private hospitals, right? And I think it will get to that point. Why African countries are not really getting it right, is actually the normal work structure. Because in Nigeria, an average person that works in government believes that I go to work, I don't go to work, I make my money. Probably when we get to that point where everybody has to hand every money they make, and you have a check to check if you're not really doing the right thing, probably Nigeria will be better then.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Larry. So thank you, Larry. So stay with us, Larry.
Hey,
Let
one minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, of course, Prince. Let's hear from you.
Hey, yeah, quick question for Larry. I think he asked the question earlier. I don't know if it was a philosophical question about if everyone likes or loves Nigeria. I'm not sure the answer to that question was.
The answer will be yes, but in different ways, isn't it?
Okay, so everybody loves Nigeria if Nigeria is good, and when it's bad, no. Or I mean, because
No, if it
question.
has your ethnic inflection, you love it. If it doesn't have your ethnic inflection, you don't like it.
So, but I got it. So we don't all love Nigeria as a country. Is that what you're saying?
You know, we've not yet defined Nigeria is really the thing. We've not defined one Nigeria that everybody can relate to. Do you think we have?
That's a good question. Well, I don't. I think some people do love Nigeria as a country without a really huge ethnic inflection in their decision to love the country. But most people are aligned on their regional or ethnic identity. I believe. So it's an interesting question. I thought it was philosophical, but yeah, I thought I asked.
No. If I may come in here, I think there is one thing we are not getting actually. Nigeria is a country that started 1914. My own father was born in that space called Nigeria, 1927. But my grandfather was not born in a nation because Nigerian nation was not born then. So in reality, I like to speak the truth. I don't hide my feelings. I always tell people, I am first a Yoruba man before being a Nigerian. I would not hide that because Nigeria is just a country of 100 years. My grandfather was not born in Nigeria. So we had a place we call our own den, and that is where I am from. I don't know what anybody can think about that, or if I'm being
No,
honest.
you just said exactly what I just described, Baba. People love Nigeria, but with an ethnic inflection. Yeah, you are a Yoruba man first, but you love Nigeria. You know the funny thing is, outside of Nigeria, if anybody wants to come against the country, and I've seen it on countless, even on Kaizo's platform, you see it. All the Yoruba, Igbos, and everything, they will rally together to defend the country from somebody from the outside. But then after that person is gone, then we go back to our ethnic trenches. Yes, we go back to our ethnic. Yeah.
Woman, I don't think that's what Prince is trying to bring out from that statement.
Okay.
The fact we'll be living in delusion, we'll be deluding ourselves if we think everybody loves Nigeria. Many people hate Nigeria. Their reasons could be so many, they could have these different reasons, but we'll be fooling ourselves greatly if we think everybody loves Nigeria. And a lot has happened in the recent times to bring these facts to fore. What Baba is describing is a little bit different. Of course, everybody started from somewhere before we came together, or before. Some people will say the marriage of convenience, a geographical expression, Nigeria came into existence. That there are different people. We in the little history that we know, we have empires. I mean, some empires spread. We know of Shanghai Empire. We know of Oyo Empire. We know of Benin Empire. We know of all this, and there are different people that are identified. Unfortunately, the Europeans came with their whatever, and they brought us together. Of course, forced many nations into a country. That is a different thing. But the fact that the geographical expression that is Nigeria today, as it is, some people don't only hate Nigeria for selfish or different reasons, rightly or wrongly, but there are many people that actually hate Nigeria. So we cannot say everybody loves Nigeria. I don't agree with that.
So why do you think they hate Nigeria?
Okay, that's the question.
That would be a very deep discussion. But yeah, some people, because they just felt maybe Nigeria has not been fair to them, depending on the definition or how you see it, or perception, or the kind of rhetoric they have been listening to, or they've listened to, or the stories that have been passed down. Because some people have always passed the story about Nigeria is the worst place. Nigeria has never been fair to us. Nigeria has never been fair. So don't see Nigeria as a home mentality kind of a thing. And it is what people hear often that becomes part and parcel of them. And they begin to behave, they begin to manifest what they hear often. And they believe it, especially when the story or the narrative is premised on some kind of hatred, bigotry, and victimhood and what have you. So people see Nigeria differently, but because of how they see it or how they have been made to see Nigeria over time, defines the kind of affection or disaffection they have towards that entity we call Nigeria. But yes, there are so many people that actually, and I'm saying this without how do I put it?
Are you saying they hate? Are you saying they hate Nigeria, or they are dissatisfied with the way Nigeria is? Because those are two different things. Yeah.
People can be dissatisfied with something and be hoping. Some people are not really praying for Nigeria to get better. That's the truth. Some people, their hatred is very passionate and is very real. And okay, for 1 second, let me say this. A couple of about a year or 2 years ago, I was outside. I was in a place, and I mingled with some people, and I was talking very passionately about the good things about Nigeria. People were asking, and I told them that we have our challenges. And the gentleman was surprised, and he said he worked with some people that the way they paint Nigeria as if it's the worst place. Are we sure we're from the same country? I mean, there's a foreigner asking me this. Two of them, really. Like, there are people that are working with. The way they talk about Nigeria every day, you would think that Nigeria is a war torn, that they say Nigeria is the worst place, is this, that, all the things they said to him about Nigeria. I began to wonder that is it the same country that we belong to? That's a foreigner asking me that. Two of them, really.
My brother.
Yes, please.
My brother, see, sometimes, on this show, sometimes we just call it what it is. Just call it the Igbo so that you save yourself this running around.
We are.
Who is that? Who is that? Who is that? Who is Listen now. Listen.
Who are the most tribal in Nigeria? It's the Yorubas and the Igbos. Let me answer you. Looking men into the eyes and tell them the truth. You don't have to be cowardly. You know, just say it the way it is. Say the way it is. Igbos. Now, other two of us that we did are brought back. You see another people, some people don't like them. Stop it. What is it about Nigeria that you're proud of?
What
some people are complaining about Nigeria. Hold on, let me tell you something.
Can I have?
What is it about Nigeria that you are proud of? Stop coming here and we rub a pancake. What is it about Nigeria? Which institution in Nigeria is working?
Are you done?
If people are complaining that Nigeria is not working,
are you done?
Was making it better. We have a situation in the country where we have a new president and we are looking at the supplementary budget. And you're telling people should not complain. Oh, there's a country. No, some people have the right. They have the right.
Hold on now. No, that's Joel. Joel, you know, that was the distinction I was trying to make with Bishop right there. That I wasn't even trying to correct him, but I was trying. Oh, hold on, Bishop. I was trying to distinguish between being dissatisfied and hating the country. So the picture you are painting, Joel, is a picture of dissatisfaction with the country, with the state.
Not.
It's not.
Woman, no.
Let me just land this. Let me just land. Can you? But Nisuru there now. Let me land it and then you take it back. So let me just land the sentence. You've made me even lose my train of thought. What I was actually saying was that there's a distinction between being dissatisfied and hating the country, and the narrative that Joel was painting is more a narrative of dissatisfaction than hate. That's all I wanted to say. So back to you, Bishop.
Number one, you asked me a question I was going to answer. Somebody jumped in and he was reeling on and on and on, and you did not stop him. It is me that you asked question that I wanted to. You are stopping for him.
No, I was handing back to.
I just want to put it out there.
No, I was handing it.
Let me answer.
Not all the time now.
Let me talk now. Oh my God. Let me talk now. Number two. If Joel is a coward, I am not. If I want to say Igbo, if I say so, will you come and beat me? Will you flog me? No, I don't want to be divisive. I don't want to be as silly. I don't want to be as dumb as that. If I want to say, I would say it and nothing.
Keep it moving. That's what I'm saying.
Heavens will not fall. Listen, if what I'm saying bites you, then check yourself. Look into the mirror. Look into mirror. Are you the only one in the geographic space we call Nigeria? Are you the only one that is dissatisfied about things? Are you the only one that feels marginalized on some issues?
I'm talking about the discontent about
Are
Nigeria.
You alone?
You can't just come out and
are you the only people?
You make how many people are Igbos? I just come out and
are you the only people in Nigeria? Listen, I am an advocate of this. I am an advocate of this. Let us have this referendum once and for all. Let us have it. Let us have this referendum and go and get it done with once and for all.
Is Nigeria working for you? Come on, let's talk. It's not working for you. It's not working for most people. Go to people and ask them.
So if it is not working for you, listen to me. Listen. If Nigeria is not working for you, good luck to you. Nigeria can get better. I see it from a different perspective than yours. America that we are in, some people were talking medical. Almost 10 million misdiagnoses that leads to over 1 million deaths or permanent disabilities happen in America. As expensive as Medicare is in America, nobody is making that a headline. That more than 10 million misdiagnoses in American hospitals. Over 1 million deaths and permanent disabilities. Just hold on. No. I don't. No. Let me finish. No, not yet. Not yet. I am not giving you space. I am not giving you space. Not yet. I said not yet. Now, not yet. When I land my thought, you will say. When I land my thought, you will say something. When I land my thought, you will say something. When I land my thought, you will say something.
Yeah, let
When I
him
land
land
my
now.
thought, you will say what you want to say, please.
What I want to say is, I
I
was
am
the
not.
first person
Emeka,
here.
let
I
him
was the first
land.
person to join, and it seems like if you are quiet here, nobody comes to talk to you. That's what I want to say.
Emeka, I was
Everybody has
actually
actually gone twice, right? And I've been quiet and
I
calm.
have not gone. I am only
That's true.
I've been
interjecting.
That's
I
quiet
am
true,
and
only
calm.
Emeka.
So that's
interjecting.
why I
I have
said
not
I
gone.
need to
That's not
interject,
true.
and you said you want me to keep quiet, and I
Yes,
think Bishop,
you
you're
can
being
interject when I
disrespectful
give
on
the
that
space.
matter.
You cannot cut me in between my statement and say you want to interject. When
all
I
right.
ask people, can I interject? And they tell me no. I keep cool. When Baba was talking earlier on, that I wanted to interject. One man asked me to say no, and I kept quiet, and I did
You
not say anything.
interjected someone.
No.
And someone said, I want to interject. And you
Emeka,
said
I
no.
was actually coming to you next. Let
Bishop, you are rude. Let's take it that way.
Emeka, Emeka, hold on, Bishop. You come back in a moment. Emeka, you came in first, but I was holding you for the middle of the space because I know that you will give us a really delightful delivery. So that's I was.
True,
I was.
No, but
true,
one man, let's
true,
call
true.
a spade here now. Someone interjected into the middle of a conversation through a question. And I said I want to interject, I want to say something. And you say, no, you can't interject. Is that not being rude? You interjected into a space and you say, no, I must land my thought. You cannot interject. When people are being allowed to interject, I don't think, Bishop, I think you're being rude. Just take it that way. You're being rude.
Emeka, it's all right. Small.
All right. Let's not take it. Let Bishop land his interjection, and then Emeka, you take the floor. But before you come in, Bishop, Emeka, you came in first, but I deliberately held you because I want to insert you in the middle of the session because I know this whole conversation is entirely about you.
Man, I've been very calm, right? I've been calm and I've been waiting, right?
One man,
And
what is
this
this
conversation has
patronage?
been
What is this
spinning
patronage
round, and
about?
people have
What is
been
this
interjecting
patronage
round
about?
and been going on.
What is
And I
this
said I want to say
patronizing
something.
about? What is this patronizing about? A dumb, stupid fellow just said I am rude. What is oh God in what I just said? The dumb said I was rude 5 times. You were listening to him.
Bishop, I didn't insult you. I just said you were rude.
Okay, I did not insult you too by saying that you sound stupid.
The arbiter of
That you
insult.
sound stupid does not mean I did not insult you. So that's okay. So that's fair enough. So that's fair enough. So that's fair enough. So if you don't see it, if you don't see it, if you don't see it, if you don't see me telling you I'm rude, you said it 5 times.
Around now.
You said 5 times that I was being rude. So if you don't see it as being insulting, then I don't see saying you are stupid as being insulting too.
When you are rude, it's not being. When you
If you
call
tell
someone
me
rude,
I'm being
you are
rude,
not being insulting.
if you tell me, if you feel it's not insulting, then telling you are very
called out my
stupid
tribe and I
is not
kept
insult.
quiet.
I don't consider
You
it to be
called out my
insulting
tribe
too.
and I kept you quiet.
What is your
Called out
tribe?
my
What is your
tribe and I
tribe?
kept you quiet.
Who
Bishop,
called out
I
your
kept you
tribe?
quiet. I didn't want to go emotive on you. So be
Go
very
emotive.
quiet. I said you are rude. And yet
Like
you are
I did
saying
say,
I'm
you are
silly.
stupid and dumb. And I'm saying it again. You are arrogant and stupid and dumb. So it's fair. It's fair game.
We cannot do this.
If you think you can tell me I'm rude 5 times, I kept quiet and I was listening to you and you were repeating it and you said it 5 solid times.
If they don't want to listen, put them to the backstage and bring them back in a few minutes.
All right. Gentlemen, settle it down. And I'm blaming Joel for that. Joel, you triggered them, okay. Ajale Koko, you come in. I was going to go to Emeka, but let's, like you said, let's have a little cooling off period. So Ajale Koko, you come in, and then we go back. Hopefully things would have cooled down by then. Ajale Koko.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Let us. I want to talk on this Nigeria. Some people love Nigeria. Some people hate Nigeria. Some people are dissatisfied.
Do you believe anybody hates Nigeria? I don't believe anybody hates Nigeria. I don't think there's a single Nigeria that hates that country.
One man, it's not an offense if some people hate Nigeria. And why I'm saying this is because Nigeria can push you to hate that country. There is nobody that, without reason, hate that country. If some people hate Nigeria, well, I cannot hold any offense against them. Nigerian state is a state that most people that most of the time come out, oh, I love Nigeria, or I'm a patriotic Nigerian. Go and search them why they are saying this. A lot of them are saying this for their selfish reason. Maybe they have benefited so much from Nigeria, and to them, Nigeria represent a paradise to them. But to majority of Nigeria,
Do you love Nigeria?
Look, I love Nigeria.
I love Nigeria, and I
but
don't think I benefited anything especially, but I just
yes,
love the country, you know, because it's my country.
yes, I love Nigeria, but I'm dissatisfied and I'm disappointed in that country they call Nigeria. I am dissatisfied and I'm disappointed in that country they call Nigeria for what we have seen since I was born. Nigerian deteriorated years after years, years after years, years after years to where we are today. It's very, very disgraceful. We have failed in all ramifications. Is it in educational sector you want to talk about that we have not even failed? Is it in infrastructure? Is it in security? Is it in financial know-how of the state? Is it in the economy? What have we managed well as a country? So some people that are dissatisfied with that country have a reason to show their anger all the time against that country. And it does not necessarily mean that they hate that country. I don't hate it, but I'm dissatisfied. I'm very disappointed. We should be better. We shouldn't be people hanging around the world. No, we should be people living in our country with pride, with, with everything that can satisfy us. We are blessed. Nigeria is a blessed country, and we are blessed people. But what happened? Mismanagement of that country by criminals that, they don't even care about the people that hate Nigeria are the people in charge of Nigeria, not Nigerian people. They don't love that country. They are not patriotic to that country, because if you are patriotic, if you love your country, you will manage the resources of that country prudently in the best interest of that country and the people of that country. But what have you seen across the board? So Nigerian people, if you see ordinary people showing anger, don't look at them as enemy of that country, but rather the people managing it that push them to want to lose hope in that country and express anger and express disappointment and express, kind of hate against that country, because they are pushed. You can't tell me to love a country where the police just on the street pick up my brother, took him away, and they killed him in the prison, and nothing happened. All the effort to get justice, all to no avail. Do you think I'm going to love that country? It is the country that failed me. It has happened to a lot of people. We have a lot of people in Panti, in Alagbo, and everything. They did nothing. They didn't commit any offense, and they're still there to today. And nothing, nobody to help them out. You think such people or their family, just because they are poor people, they don't have no money, you think they will love that country? No. So some people should take it easy when some people are expressing their anger against that country. Don't see them as if they are unpatriotic and be describing them, oh, some people are unpatriotic, oh, they don't love that country. No. A lot of things have happened to that country that Nigerian state failed them. So one man, that is I love the country. But I'm dissatisfied with the way the country is being run, and I am disappointed in that country as well. That it's a country that I cannot go and walk around and travel around the country without fear. That is not a country, man. Don't let us deceive ourselves. People can talk outside of goddamn nonsense. Can you go to Nigeria and travel to everywhere you like without even think about your security force? But you live in America here or outside America or some other part of Western world, you can pick up your vehicle at the middle of the night, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and go to anywhere without even thinking about your security. But you can't do that in a country where you are born, and you want to say, oh, yeah, patriotic, I love Nigeria. One man. Let me just leave it there. Nigeria is a very controversial cause. So when some people are saying one thing, I think we should be able to listen to each other and then learn from each other from where we are coming from and why we expresses our anger against that country. So I will leave it there, one man.
And please, one man, can I just say something real quick?
Carry on.
And please, I think that was Bishop. Bishop, please, sorry if I came at you so harshly, but sometimes when we talk about Nigeria, it's about the passion. And when people are complaining about what is going on in Nigeria, some of us think that they are complaining because they hate the country.
Joel, hold on.
And it becomes
Bishop. Joel, hold on. Bishop owes us an apology. I know one man is a fair man.
Hold
on.
Let me navigate to that
Wait,
space.
I will lay my petition here clearly. Let me lay my petition now. When Pansat said something and lumped the Yoruba people with his wide, rotten mouth, Baba called him out, and I said what Pansat said was wrong. You don't make that kind of statement against an ethnic group. I said Bishop was rude. Bishop called out my tribe. And Joel is saying an apology. Bishop owes us an apology. And if Bishop is not apologizing, then one man, we call it at this point that this place do not entertain Igbo people. You don't call out a tribe. You don't do that, and I will not take it. I know my people have their mistakes, but you don't say that nonsense.
Emeka,
all right. Everybody, hold on.
Okay.
Everybody, hold on.
Emeka, I want to
hold on, Ajale Koko as well. Let Emeka express himself, and then I'll come in, and then maybe you can come in after.
I saw the rage in Baba's voice. And I said, Pansat is wrong. We know how Pansat is uncut, how Pansat is rude. It's short. At some point, Pansat may have some mental issues going on. I want to speak, and Bishop will tell me and call my tribe and tell me I'm silly. I told Bishop, you are rude because you are rude. I want to interject and stop you from making so much insolence against my tribe. Bishop must apologize. Else, then there's no need coming here. Bishop must apologize to my people.
All right. Hold on, Emeka. So let me say this first. Bishop did not actually mention any tribe. He was painting a narrative of people not loving the country, and he was describing the reasons why people made. Hold on now.
The Hausa people who steal our country blind, will you say they love Nigeria too? The people who perpetrate corruption in that country, will you say they love Nigeria too? And when you are, Pastor, one man, please, let me speak. I have never been this emotional here. Let me speak. I have never said things to call my Yoruba brothers this way. I have never made statements going towards that angle. Nigeria belongs to all of us. Bishop must apologize. If he doesn't want to apologize, Bishop must leave. If Bishop does not want to leave, we will leave.
All right. Nobody is leaving, but let
me apologize because what he did is wrong. See, there is an angle to things, and you must watch your statements. You must watch your statements, especially in the public forum.
All right. Hold on, Emeka. Let me say something. Bishop did not, and I can scroll it back so we can all listen to it again if you want me to do that. Bishop did not actually call out any tribe. He was actually painting a narrative that of people who may not love the country. That was when Joel chimed in and say, why don't you just say it that you mean Igbo people? And then he went into one, and then Bishop went into one, and the thing then spiraled to this point. But unless I'm mistaken, I did not actually hear him call out a tribe or say anything.
Exactly,
Yeah.
you're right.
No.
Exactly,
Let's not guys slight each other here. When Bishop was speaking, I know where he was going, and that was why Joel entered. I interjected to tell him, Bishop, calm down, because I saw he was getting angry. Then he was calling me out, and Bishop said, if he calls out the Igbo, will he do anything to him? Is he a coward? No, one man. Let's be honest here, please. At that point,
where you are
supposed to call Bishop out. At that point, you are saying, Bishop, stop it.
So
you allowed him to keep going.
Let me slide.
Okay, can I say something?
Bishop must apologize when Bassat comes, Bassat owes the Yoruba people an apology for what he said. Bishop cannot say that nonsense and go scot-free.
Well, okay,
I cannot take it.
That was an if statement. No,
Emeka, calm down, please.
All right. Let Prince come in. Prince, come in.
Yeah, thanks, Mama. Bishop initially did not call out the Igbos. He didn't call anybody's name. But Joel, preemptively came in and told him to say it. And when his response was like, "What about?" He said, "If." What about if he did? So it was being baited into saying so. But let's be realistic about it. It did not go out.
It's not about being beaten into saying so. It's about what you are actually saying.
Well,
now,
it didn't actually.
No, wait, hold on. I know where
we
he
all
was
can
going
draw
to.
the same.
I know where he was going to.
What if I told you that?
I have a suggestion here that can calm down everything. One man. I have a suggestion here that can calm down everything. Hello, are you listening?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think both Bishop and what do you call it?
Emeka.
Joel must apologize.
Yes, I'm listening.
Yes, both Bishop and Joel must apologize. To the platform and to Emeka to calm, because Emeka is so angry. He never get angry like this before, and it is Joel that pushed Bishop. He pushed him. He came out, pushed him, forced something out from his mouth that angered Emeka. So both of them should apologize, and then we can move on.
You have to bring me into this.
You're always the instigator, Joel. And then you will play innocently afterwards.
Yeah.
Look at this guy.
So let both of them do it so that we can move on, please.
Okay.
Emeka has never been. It never show any anger like this.
No, I've never seen him. I've never seen him
surprise.
lose his cool like that before.
But this is what I want to say, Babaja. This is what I want to say, right? You see, I wasn't trying to, on this show, we just say it the way it is. So when he was making the comment he was making, I asked myself, who are those in Nigeria that lives in abroad more than any other ethnic group? It is we and you people. So when he was making his statement, I was trying to make him understand that you can't just say that we hate Nigeria. No, we have invested in Nigeria too. The issue there is that if we are talking about what is going on in Nigeria, just like you rightly alluded, Baba, right? Nigeria is not working the way everyone wants. So some of the things that's happening in Nigeria will make some people really hate what is going on. Not that they really hate Nigeria. Wherever we are outside, and the next thing they ask you, where are you from? You say Nigeria. I do not tell them I'm Igbo. The first thing is I try to make myself unique. I am Nigerian. And I'm that proud to say so. But sometimes you also want to be proud. Sometimes when you look back, sometimes when I'm talking to people here, they try to kind of feel bad, trying to
make themselves look bad. I said, look, let me tell you, don't have to feel bad. If my country was so good, I won't be here. And that is the truth. Sometimes one man is so many things, that happens to the diaspora. So many of us did not cut out for this when we were little. We thought that Nigeria was going to be a place where we can chill. If we came to abroad, we come and just go vacation and we go back home. Nigeria is not working.
All right, let's get to a place that satisfies Emeka. We don't want a situation where Emeka will not turn up. Yeah.
I'm not angry anymore. I'm pained. I wanted to talk about P2B, but I won't say it again. But let me use this opportunity to tell you people now, you don't buy or do the race baiting or the tribal baiting. We have gone through a war. We lost people. We came out from that war. We lost properties. We lost properties. We still went. We persevered. They splitted those. They divided those up with 5 states. We are still persevering. In the military, an Igbo man has never risen to the top. In the police, an Igbo man has never risen to the top. I, for one, have never been one who will claim to be a victim because I think we should always persevere. What I will tell my people is let us show that we can still be strong. But do my people have a legitimate claim? Yes, they do. Do my people need to live? Yes, they do. But if someone will come here and begin to tell us nonsense, then I must speak. You have never lost anybody in a war. You have never lost any property taken from you. I go hard on my people because I know our potential. When I say Bishop needs to apologize, I know why I'm saying this. It is an insult to me. It is an insult to the Igbo race. It is an insult to my tribe. Go home, go to the southeast. You will see the signs of war looking at you. Nobody needs to tell you. If you have not seen it, even if you didn't experience it, you will know that you have suffered from something. And with these tears coming from my eyes, someone will come and tell me that I am stupid.
All right, Emeka. So everybody hold. So including you as well, Emeka. So everybody hold. So Emeka, let me be the first to apologize because ultimately I have to take responsibility. Ajanle Koko takes responsibility alongside me. So we don't want people to come here and feel worse for the experience than before they came in. So that we have to take responsibility for. So don't be offended. And I'm not sure that the conversations here often instances it straddles a very thin line just because of the complexity of where we come from. And if we're ever going to have honest conversations, lines will be crossed in some instances, hopefully not too often. So if you feel personally slighted, then I offer that apology on behalf of the platform. So I offer that apology on behalf of the platform. You are one of the voices we enjoyed the most here. So I offer that apology on behalf of the platform. So now next, against the backdrop of the conversation and what Ajanle Koko has said, Bishop, you're right to reply.
Okay. Number one, let me say I'm not a coward. If there's one thing I am not, it is a coward. And there is a saying that we used to say, when a soldier raises his gun, if there's something that must flow, it is blood. When I interjected to make that conclusive statement, I've actually wanted to let it go before Prince, I think it was Prince Daddy that brought it up, that everybody lost Nigeria. And that impression that was why I came. I said, no, that's not correct. I did not say a tribe. I know Yoruba people that I begin to ask them, what is Nigeria offense to you? Apart from the ones I know personally, some of them on air, that we ask, we question. I don't hide under the shade of ethnic to call my people out when they misfire, and I call them out very strongly. The young man that was running his mouth against Igbos in the north, in the UK before he was jailed, Adeyinka Ganson. I was very, very, very vehement about him. And it's on record. I can screenshot my tweets about him many years ago before he was eventually jailed. I don't spare any minute to call out the likes of Dele Faruchini, because I see him as an uncouth, improperly brought up bastard of the Yoruba stock.
Bishop,
I did not say
need your
Igbo.
story. I just need your apology.
Young man, you are now beginning. I'm not telling you stories. I'm not talking to you. In the first instance, I don't owe you no apology.
You need to
get that straight into your head.
All right, bring
Get that straight into your head. No, you did not stop him. You did not stop him. You gave me the floor. What have I said that is telling me to shut up if you not owe me? One man, please now.
I'm not stopping you, Bishop. Just hold on, Bishop. I'm not stopping you. All I'm saying is, hold on, Bishop. I'm not stopping you. You still have the floor. All I'm asking is that we bring the tempo down. Carry on, Bishop.
So I'm just talking. Why did he have to? I kept quiet. I muted myself all the time he was talking, and all of them were talking. In the first instance, if that apology is going to make you to sleep till tomorrow, it's not going to come from me. So take that. So let me finish my thought. If you want to listen, good. If you don't want to, so be it. I did not mention anybody. And in my heart, I was not even referring to. It was a general statement. There are people that hate Nigeria. They could be anywhere. It could be for any reason. And I made that statement clear. For whatever reason, maybe they felt individually, some people feel. I have my reasons if I want to hate Nigeria. I have my reasons. I sat for the 37th regular course of the NDA. And I went for interview. And on quota, I was dropped off. Yes, I have my blood there, and I have a daughter in the Air Force, but that is not me. And why was I dropped off? For quota system. And I had a state that had 98 over 160 there. That was their own cutoff mark. My state was 124. So if I want to hate, I can hate. But I believe we have grown past it. I have lost persons, loved persons, extremely loved, close persons in the active duty when it was absolutely unnecessary. Their life could have been spared. So if you want to count our pains, everybody have pain to count. Whether it is by design, God's design, or by accident of fate, we have been brought together. Can we make the best out of it? That has always been my position. And when I was making an illustration, I did not ask the man where those people that you were talking about that used to talk evil about Nigeria, where were they from? I never asked them. They were white guys, two of them. It was in Indianapolis. We had something together. We spent 2 days together in a conference, and I never asked them where were those people from. Till tomorrow, I did not ask them their names. And I swear on my father's grave, I did not ask them their names. So if I am talking generally, and you get so pricked that you believe I was talking about Igbo, and you come to me with that vehemence, and I said, and so I think I'm a coward, and so what if I mentioned that it is Igbo? What would you do to me? Will you come and beat me here? And somebody have jumped to a conclusion, railing at me, and I listened 5 times. He was saying I was rude. I did not talk so that people will not pick on me. I did not say anything. I only pointed it out because I counted it. Go back and listen. And when he said he did not mean to insult me, I said, okay, you are pleasantly very stupid too. I don't consider it to be insult. I was just describing the way you have behaved. So if you don't feel, I don't feel offended because you feel telling me I'm being rude, I'm rude, it's not an insult. You shouldn't take you are being stupid as an insult. So it's fair. I don't know what I have done wrong in that area. And he was coming and yelling and rambling at me. I did not say Igbo. I did not address you. I did not say Igbo. Go back and listen to that. When Emeka pushed, Jewel of Nigeria pushed, he put practically, I said, and even if I now say so what will happen? The heavens will fall. Of course not. The heavens won't fall. The heavens won't fall. So when you are comparing what I said to what Passat said, that there are only very few or there are no good Yoruba people, they are not in any way, And I was going to say, look, for peace to reign. But for your insistence, I don't owe you no apology. Live with that. Whatever you want to make of it.
All right. So gentlemen, how do we proceed from here? So how do we proceed?
Let Ajah come in. I'm blowing on it.
One man. Okay.
One man.
Yeah.
I think Bishop has made it clear that he's not going to apologize. He's not going to apologize, but I will apologize on his behalf to Emeka.
I think Emeka has left now, isn't he?
He left already.
He left already.
He could be listening at the background.
I did not mean it that way, honestly speaking. I was going to apologize, but he's coming at me when I was talking again, and those words were a little bit too harsh. Apology, apology will not reduce any one of us. We can apologize and move on. I just wanted it to be very clear that I was Igbo Niyawomi now. What are we talking about? So my children.
I was going to tell Joel and Emeka that you are their in-law.
My wife is Igbo. So I've lived in Igbo land for over 25 years. I know Igbo land more than some Igbo people.
You even get property there.
Their language. I have properties in Igbo land. I have 2 properties in Igbo land. So
I was going to tell them.
What are we talking about? But I did not mean Igbo. I did not. I was so for Joel to push it. So I apologize about Dande Koko because what you just said now is an indictment on me, and I understand that is how it is done in Yoruba land. The virtue of Omoluabi, and that's why I will not let you do it. I will do it. If he failed my line, even though it was a misinterpretation.
Is this a qualified apology or a full-throated one? Give him a full-throated apology.
I will apologize. No, if he feels offended, but we need to get the facts. Don't let us distort facts, one man. I just want the facts to be straight. I did not in any way was talking to him. I was making a general statement, and my general statement was completely misconstrued and pushed to the limit by Joel of Nazareth. And it was between when Joel of Nazareth, when he wanted to come in, let me land my thoughts. Because anytime I want to interject, I ask whoever is speaking, if it's okay by you, can I? And if the person says no, I say, okay, I wait. If the opportunity comes, I will interject. If it doesn't come, well, I will let it go. So, Joel of Nazareth, I spent more than a quarter of a century of my active life in Igbo land. Very active life, especially in Igbo land. And that's where I still live till as I'm speaking with you now. Even though I've moved to Niger Delta. And Emeka, Dito, I don't know which state you are from. I know your state. I'm definitely with you.
I think it's from Anambra.
If you are from Anambra, there I know Anambra too well. I mean, I know Anambra so very well. So it's one of these about the place I know the most in the southeast. I meant no offense, and I did not intend.
Okay, Emeka, Joel, we are your in-laws, so I follow Bishop Dobale, making an obvious.
Hello.
All right, Emeka, come back.
One man.
Can I ask
all the most strongest voices on this platform? They all married to Igbo now.
Look at that. I think actually it's only you and I that are not married to Igbo people. You know, every other Yoruba person here is married to an Igbo woman.
Igbo.
Make them not contact their
Alexander Gomez. Igbo. Everybody is married. Kulata, Igbo. Everybody is married to Enigmatic is married to an Igbo woman. Igbo.
By the way, tell Emeka that we have had an IG that is an Igbo man, Onovo.
Yeah, I wanted to ask that because when Emeka was saying, because I remember Michael Kiro.
No, Okiro is not. Okiro is
Onovo, I think, is Delta.
Onovo is Enugu. Onovo is Enugu. I remember Onovo very well.
Okiro is from Imo.
No, Onovo. Okechukwu Onovo is from Enugu State.
But Michael Kiro is
Okay.
from
The
And
person that should really apologize is
South.
Atale Koko. Prince Daddy is the one that should apologize. He kicked all of this off. Prince Daddy. Look at this guy. Prince Daddy. We have your number.
I was going to comment. I apologize to everyone too. That was supposed to be a beautiful, simple question, but
no, I'm only joking. I'm only joking.
All right.
So from the point of knowledge, Michael Kiro is from Imo. He's from Oguta in Imo State. And
Kiro?
Yes, Michael Kiro is from Oguta. I just googled it now. He was born on 24th July 19. Michael Kiro was born 24th July 1949 in Oguta, Imo State.
Okay. How about Onovo? Ogbunaya?
The other person I tried to look for, because he said Chief of Army Staff has never been an Igbo. I know Jerika. So
Jerika is an Igbo now. I mean this thing under Jonathan.
So
I think what tipped Emeka over was the long wait. You see, I think he just got frustrated with that.
Yeah. So
because he was the first to come in, but I was deliberately wanting to put him in the real spotlight at the middle of the session. But Emeka, come back if you're listening. I know you are, or I'll call you later after the session. But that's King Emeka, the mighty one. You see. I never knew Emeka had that in him, but there it is. Fatai, good to see you.
Hello, woman. Baba Jani Koko. Please, we shouldn't make it difficult for people to speak now. Everything.
No.
I understand now. But I think there's a lot of things that these bishops should apologize for. But I don't think. What is the specific thing you needed to apologize for? What is the specific thing? If he says something specific,
it's just for peace. It's just to,
everything doesn't need to turn tribal. Everything doesn't need to turn tribal. If he said something tribal, yes, but did he say something tribal? It was basketball between Joel and him. It was Joel was pushing him. They are two big boys. They punch each other. But I didn't hear he was saying Igbo people or something. So if he said that, he should apologize. But I'm not sure I heard he said that. I'm not sure I heard it. Nobody will be able to speak. If everything turns tribal, nobody will be able to speak. That is really the real danger. It's not about the apology, everything moves on. Yeah, that's fine, but nobody will be able to speak. Tribal, that's a very strong. It's a very, very strong. If it's been so watered down that everything is usually is that you're not supposed to make a group into something. That's a very strong stuff. But now it's become like a chip in Nigeria today. You can't even speak. You have to walk on eggshells. Nobody will be able to speak. It's a very terrible thing. So it has to be specific. If for any, me too, I was angry one day. If the woman insulted me over it, I did not even ask for apology. I was even joking. He insulted me over it. So if we all,
what did I insult you over?
I too want apology, but that's not really the point. I don't know. I'm just joking. It's a joke. It's not that I want. What do I care? I'm not going to be able to go to the bakery and buy bread with the apology tomorrow. So it doesn't really matter to me. But I'm just saying that we need to understand that we need to be able to speak. If somebody says something really bad, but if somebody didn't say anything really bad, everybody demanding the person should apologize. Apologize for what? Thank you, one man.
For peace.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I say something? Because I've been playing the stress this morning since I woke up. This is what peace. I always come with peace. Don't view me the opposite. Well, we are adults. We're supposed to act like one.
I can't hear anybody.
I can hear you, Jelly Coco. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, what please?
Yeah.
And I can hear you, Jelly Coco. So anyway, we are adults and we're supposed to act like one. But we should, one thing is that human being is they're not perfect. There's some days we have a full blow moon, and so some days some people are not having it well. Some people can just get things and little things can flare there up. But the ability to calm things down show the maturity in us. Nobody's perfect. I was on the background the day Maurice and Baba was having back and forth, and thank God everything was settled. And I was still listening when Joy came in and put it directly to Bishop and say, just say it's us. And for me, Bishop would have stayed on that course. Where I felt he did wrong, he would have stayed on that course and said, I'm not talking to you, and make his point. But the part he now said, if I said it's you, are you going to beat me? Anybody can take offense for that, At least this is a show. We should not take things too personal. I know sometimes people will say things that will get you triggered. But we are here to speak to the country. We're not here to fight ourselves. And these are the issues. That's why we came here to fight all this against tribalism, enlighten ourselves, corruption, and all that. American felt he needed an apology. Bishop, you could have taken nothing from you. From your first statement, just say, I'm sorry. That makes you a bigger man. And let us move on. Just take out that stress and relieve everybody of this burden. But all the same, two of you, I hope you come back to the show next time and we'll continue the show. Because you two guys, you have a great voice. You contribute a lot to the show. It won't be good. It won't be good for the optics. People seeing us fighting ourselves on the show. That's all I have, one man. Thank you.
It looked like one man is dropped.
I think so. I think one man dropped. And come to that name, talking about Onovo and Okori. Two of them, one is from Enugu, one is from Guta. They have Benin names, but most of them, Oguta and Ezek, they are Benin descendants. Their father's name, their old ancient Benin names. That's what you're saying. Who's laughing? Baba. No, it's true. It's true. No, with time. No. With time, it got corrupt. There are some Yoruba names that are corrupted in Benin, but because of time, it corrupt. Like Falui, we call it Alui. There's Alui in Benin. This generation is from Ife. Falui, the Falui family in Benin. So it just doesn't matter. It doesn't mean they're Benin. I'm just making an example why people get them confused. Some of them, their last name, I said last name, I didn't say first name. Their last name is the ancient name. But because of time, they have got corrupted, so you get confused. That's just my point. Thank you, Bob.
People from Sako area.
Yeah. So you get corrupted. So you'll be wondering, why these names like this? Why this sounded like this? That was just my point I was making. Onovo is Urobo name now, without being told. They're not Niger Delta. Delta State.
That's where I got confused. I was surprised that it's not Niger
So you get confused, you're like, wow, why Onovo? Those are Delta names. So you know that these are people that migrated way back, to that space. That's why those names are coming up. Anyway, I hope one man come back soon because he dropped. Probably talking to Bishop and second quote of them to come back to the show. But somebody can continue now. You guys can continue with the show now. The discussion.
Me, I'm here.
God Bishop, I told you I like you. I like you for one thing, your temperament, and you say what you say. But I watch people, But the fact I don't get it right with you doesn't mean I dislike you.
I've apologized.
No, I'm not about that. I passed through that. What I'm trying to say is that sometimes you want to get it hot. Like the way I study people, you have got seen it hot with almost everybody. That's me. I don't have a partner friend here. I don't have a partner enemy. I just attack on the subject. So I try to understand people first, how they put things, how they are, so I can read meaning to what they do. You know, so sometimes cool time for God Bishop. Yeah, beg. We say better pass you, my own worst. You know, but the ability for us to tell ourselves the truth is the truth. It's very beautiful. You know, but you can continue with the show. Like being silent is not good. You can come up with a topic. Because me, I did my office. It's noisy. It could be here. It could be here. I just jump in because the matter. So we can be listening to the argument going on.
I think
God Bishop.
I think one thing that we all need to learn is I think before this last election, because I think it's now after this last election we are beginning to see more. You see more diversity across ethnic lines. I actually hope, for me, ordinarily, I lost a lot of friends during this election, and I keep wondering, when are we going to live to that level where we were before, probably like 2 years before that election? Hopefully, we just get to that point that we go over this. May God help Nigeria.
But truth be told, this election is the most contested election. I think INEC should do better. Because I was checking the statistics from court. We're checking statistics from court. Huh?
It's the most contested election. And I think it's actually another election that actually brought out what has been hidden. For me, right, if you talk about people from the Southwest and people from the Southeast, I think they used to be best of friends, right? But this election actually made those people that were best of friends, because we were the closest. If you look at when we're in Nigeria, when we're in primary school, secondary school, you hardly see an Hausa person in the same school with you in Southwest. Majorly, the people you see in primary school are probably people from the Southeast, and probably some people from the South. The last election, right, really made.
All right, what's going on?
You dropped.
No, I didn't drop. I just had to check on Emeka to see if he was all right.
I said so too. Say maybe we are calling Emeka to say that. Yeah, my brother Jerry, this, as we were saying, this election is the most contested election. I was checking, there was a statistic I was reading back from the court, Supreme Court to Tribunal Court. Do you know we have 94%, this election, the contested 94% from House of Assembly to governor?
No. That information is wrong. Check it again.
Oh.
No.
I check it now.
It's not.
I didn't say 94% contested, either win or lose, or people are in court contesting it. From Senate, House of Rep to governor to presidency. They're all contesting. So they win or not, the verdict went their way is not what I'm saying. People that just went to court to contest their election. That's what I'm saying. And this is too much, the highest of all. You know, I think the last time was like, was it 43? Very last one was like 43. Some people contested, some people didn't contest at all. But this one, almost everybody contesting their election process. I mean, everybody's contesting their verdict. I mean, how will I say? How will I put it? So it's very bad. The INEC should do better. Like one justice said, they should not be bringing election matter to court. I think what a PDP did 2011, thinking they're going to do it to other people, but they're doing to just other people, thinking they're going to rule the party, rule Nigeria forever. Now it's coming back to bite them in their asses. They passed that law in 2011 that INEC cannot screen a candidate anymore. Only political party can screen their candidate. Okay, continue, one man. I'll just
One man,
may I interject? On a different level, and I want you to maybe treat this next time as a subject on its own. The biggest takeaway for me in this election is about our population. I don't think we are 200 million. because registered voters up to 90 million. And how many voted under 30 million in a hotly contested election like this?
Collected PVC 86 million. I mean 82 million. Sorry if I'm not.
Exactly. So how come under 30 million voted? And we all look at this election as hotly contested. Every inch of the electoral ground we contested.
Several factors. Can I mention?
Yes, please.
Number one, that Naira designing
Exactly.
discouraged a lot of people, from voting. Number two, insecurity. Number three, a lot of Nigerians doesn't have confidence in this democracy. So they decided to sit at home. There's a lot of factors.
50 million people will sit at home and abandon
I think
it.
for me, in terms of small sampling, I actually did a small sample.
No.
All right. On the election day, I called 10 people. 10 people that have always voted since 1999. And I can actually agree to this issue of Naira. And out of 10 people, only one person actually agreed to vote. So that speaks well. And they all said the same thing, right? Everybody was not happy. There was no Naira, this, and that. So probably that might actually be a great factor because these are people that have always been voting. So me calling them like 10 people.
What do you think about the BVAS?
No, you see, for the BVAS.
Because without that BVAS accrediting you can't vote, unlike before. And I think that's a factor.
The question that asked Jerry, how many people were accredited in last election? They still give us these bogus numbers too, almost 60 million to 70 million. How come the people that voted in the last election is now up to like 30 million too? So what's really going on in Nigeria? We're not telling ourselves. We're not telling ourselves the truth. We don't have a population.
The population is inflated.
It's inflated. 10 to 1 man.
We don't have that population. We don't have that population. They are saying.
But let me offer a different perspective, if you don't mind.
Okay.
To that your question, it's a little bit different from what Jale Koko, the position he presented, and I will just itemize them. Number one, we have not reviewed our voters register since 2010 or 2011. So many people that registered, some of them were 80, 70, 60 in 2010. They are no more there today. We have not been able to clean up the voters register. So probably between 10 or 15 and 20% of the people that are there are not even available anymore. They are not even alive. That's one. Number two, the beavers did the magic, some magic this time around. When they first introduced card reader, every state bypassed card reader. At least I can tell effectively of River State, where they were using incident form. You now turned out that incident form, people that voted through incident form were more than people that were accredited through the card reader. And that was, if you remember the court case of Wike with, what's this guy name? The guy in APC. No, not Onye. In 2015, this guy that eventually became the DG in NASA. Dakuku Peter side. Yes, thank you. Dakuku. Because it was that we got so many states that the number of voters were even more than number of registered voters. I want you to process that again. In a state or in a situation, in a place that 1 million people register, we had more people that came out to vote than the number of registered voters.
Yeah, I remember that.
It happened in several places. It happened in several places to River. It happened in Akwa Ibom State. It happened in 1 or 2 of East. So the era of inflating numbers had gone. And I keep saying, this election, as imperfect as it is one of the nearest thing to a perfect election we have had, because the practice of just allocating number in those days, even if you are a winning party and you have gone so that your agent, after people have finished voting, when they are counting, they will just share the remaining ballots to everybody by the rate of their, some people just give me small. So the one that got the highest number in vote, they will give him more. So they just want to exhaust all the ballot paper, because there is nothing, just tick the name, say, okay, everybody don't come, you just tick her. So they will finish all their ballot paper. Meanwhile, the people that actually came to vote not up to 20%. Let's say they give them 1,000
making
ballot.
my point for me now.
1,000 ballot papers. 200 people come after the election among themselves. The one that is of the winning party in that area, they have given him enough money. He will just now you go buy puff, buy bonds, buy this money, buy mineral. Even for the agent of other parties, now them go help them. Say, okay, right now we don't lose. So they will exhaust the 1,000 ballot papers. So that did not happen now because there is an electronic device of accreditation, which I believe is a very, very, very big shift from where we were coming from. Now, as I used to say,
doesn't that tell us something about us? Our claim 200 million, or some people will tell you 240,
I think I said to someone, I said, if we really, Tinubu is going to launch something tomorrow or in 2 days' time, in Wednesday. And that is the pathway to getting a real data, mandatory birth and birth registration.
I think.
Oh yeah, I saw that in the news cycle
if
today.
we combine it with name, these our names, in 10 years we should be able to get a near perfect. So anything you want to do with government, whether you want to get any benefit, you must get NIN, and if that NIN is with fingerprints and the database is cleaned up very well. So if we begin to register every child now, so every child they born between now and in the next 10-15 years, if they are registered, the ones that are dying will fade out. Gradually we will have a semblance of how many are we. That is if we really invest in this thing. I think our population should be around 160, 170. It's nothing less.
I even think about 160. Not definitely 170. Not 200 million.
That's what I used to think. Not 200 million. That's my position.
No,
so our election has improved. Unfortunately, not many people, especially people that know, we would not want to believe it has improved. But I'm being very, just my fear assessment. I've spoken to quite a number of persons. I mean, they were there, people that learned, people that even had worked in these election agencies before, in years back. And they said, look, if you know how it was happening, some people will just go to some place, they will just give them palm wine and pounded yam to be eating. It is the politicians that will carry the machine and go and conduct election on their behalf. The electoral officer and the youth corps, they will just give them 5,000, 10,000, they will kill goat for them, make pepper soup, give them beer. And
Rivers used to be 1 million plus before, but in this election, I think it was just 400.
Yes, please.
Okay, so you've seen this last election. Where do you think INEC needs to improve on, at least to take what they've done now to a better stage? Do you see one or two things that you think they can do?
Yeah, if you just give me 3 minutes, one man. If I have 3 minutes, number one, we commend INEC that, okay, you tried, but you can take it a notch. There are areas that INEC don't have control over. Look, I know of a place, I won't mention the place, I don't want to like anybody, that somebody went and paid all the bus owners that INEC had paid before to come and carry their, what do you call it? Logistics. Come and distribute voter and use copper early money. He paid them money that they should not show up. And it does not have control over that. So it is in the money they are now looking for alternative, because all the people who were waiting for to come and carry the thing, they were supposed to get there by 3 a.m., 4 a.m. They did not turn up because another big politician has paid them to stay off deliberately. How do you blame INEC for that? Is INEC going to buy over 260,000 vehicles they needed to hire because they want to run election? So there are some of the electoral processes that are not in the control of INEC. Now, the biggest place that people held on in this last election was not as a result of the failing of INEC. The biggest one was this issue of IREV, which we know it was just a fluke, because it was clear that INEC was a very important. But somebody is saying the chairman said in Chatham House. How does what the chairman said at Chatham House translate to law, our electoral law? Unfortunately, we got fixated in that, and some of our media practitioners, the media spaces, they were sending the rhetorics, and everybody began to see INEC as the worst thing. INEC, honestly speaking, had improved. They can do better. Unfortunately, if they have control over the logistics. The other one is among the politicians. Pre-electoral litigation. Look at today, one court has removed one person. Tomorrow they will put another one. Another court will issue another one. We had a situation in 2023 where about 3 different courts in different jurisdictions gave. Yeah, we are trying to clean it up and say, look, it's only and those courts will claim jurisdiction when they obviously don't have jurisdiction. And this one will take one court order to INEC. When they are trying to review that one and effect it in the evening, another court case will come. And tomorrow is election. So we ourselves need to do a lot to learn to be sportsmanly enough to be able to admit that, okay, election has come and gone. Sometimes it might not be really perfect. But hey, if we can have a feeling of, okay, the will of the people, maybe it's not 100%, but if you see that we should be able to move on. It is not every time. People now don't contest election because they felt they have been robbed. They are just throwing everything into it at every level. Just gamble. If you can spend, if you have spent 1 billion naira to contest election, just look for another 100 million or 200 million to just fight it. Just fight it to a standstill. So whether they stand a chance or not, everybody want to contest, not contest the election now, but to contest the outcome and go to court. Say, let's just give it a try. Maybe you can just be lucky. And everybody is looking for how to bribe lawyer that knows judge here and there, that know the. So that's the problem we have. So for me, I can do better, but we as citizens and politicians should help INEC also.
All right, great, brilliant.
Okay, sorry, woman. Can I ask another question?
I was actually going to see who has not spoken, but ask that question, a brief response, and then I want to. I don't think Ajanle Koko has spoken yet.
Ajanle Koko has spoken, no. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so do you think having one day set aside for a general election is good for Nigeria, or it's a problem?
Having what set aside?
Hold on. Expand on that question. Why do you ask? Do you not think it's good?
Yeah. So basically, right, we want to do the presidential election in Nigeria, and we have a single day that is put aside for that particular election, and we expect everybody to vote that day, and we expect results to come in, and we expect that result to be credible. So bringing it to probably a place like the US, where we don't have that kind of a thing, where the whole country will be locked down for a day, and expecting that people had to vote, and we had to get everything the same day. So for me, I want to know if that is a problem, because that particular...
Do you think the election should be conducted over a series of days?
Yes. Looking
at and the country should not be locked down for the election.
Yes.
How does the logistics work?
And that is why election in Nigeria is so expensive. Election in Nigeria, it's
but it will be even more expensive now. How would the logistics work if it's not done on one day?
You see,
hold on, Bishop.
So for me, right, I think we need to work more on the structure. And it has to do fine. They've done very greatly with these beavers, right? The basic thing is just to move things ahead. Like the major problem we have in Nigeria still boils down to the issue of data, right? Because if I can actually have NIN that is peculiar to me, that everything within that NIN is peculiar to my thumb, right? I have the right to go get a voter's card with my voter's card logged with my NIN, logged with my BVN. At any time, probably a week before election, I could go into somewhere and vote, in as much as there is a system in place that makes me not have the ability to vote twice. With that, you're able to see a lot of people rather than, because I don't see a reason why you say you have a population of 200, right? And 30 million are going to vote for a country, and you won't have issues. Because if you need more people to vote, then we have to work on a structure that makes it easier for anybody to go to the next post office and get a voter's slip or whatsoever.
I think you're looking at it from a westernized prism. You know, all of those logistics that they use for an election will be redeployed every single time. So it'll be too expensive, wouldn't it?
No, woman. Can I add something?
Yeah, so carry on. Yeah.
Good. I understand what you're saying perfectly. And we are going to get there gradually. There's this saying we read in one book by who was it? I said by learning to jump from tree to tree and something, the monkey learns to jump without falling. Now, what he's saying is that the election day is different. But before the election day, there are designated areas that people can go and vote. Just instead of just take your break time, you know you're not going to spend more than 10 minutes or 15 minutes. Just go there and vote. So on the election day proper, it is not the crowd. It will not be, you know, there will be no that tension. A lot of people will not go. Just okay, this is the final day and this election day. I will advocate that.
But what about the logistics is what I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying. Those places they are going to vote are going to be government offices. It's not that they will be bringing ballots. That's okay. You go to this local government, you go to this place, you go to this place. There are designated permanent voting areas. All you need to do, if it is automated and it is foolproof, tamper-proof, all you need to do is just go there and vote. You have your card, you swipe your card shows that it is you, it confirms that it is you, and you vote. So if we can do it, there will be somebody there that will give you your ballot, and if you vote, you put it so that we are not pushing everything. So that one does not require logistics. We spend almost 400 billion.
No, it requires logistics now.
No, not as much as the election day.
But that election day will also require logistics.
No, the one before just one last thing. The one before the election day itself does not require logistics. Because
there will be nobody manning the.
But there are people there already. There are people in those places, in those offices. Go to every local government.
There will be somebody manning that purpose specifically.
That's what I'm saying now. In every local government, there is INEC office. There is NOA office in every local government in Nigeria. Every local government headquarters and every LCDA, there is INEC office, there is National Orientation Agency office there. So it is there you are going to vote. If there is a way of checking that the machine is not tampered with, so that we remove how cumbersome it is on that day that the nation is on a lockdown. I know we will get there. We are not there now. If we keep improving gradually,
no. Before you go to all that, the workings of it. If you go into an office to vote, somebody has to still supervise that process.
I just answered you now that all those offices, we have INEC office and there are INEC staff in every local government of Nigeria.
Yes, but somebody still has to man that process.
Those are the people that will man it now. I don't understand your question. I'm lost.
But when you go in to vote, there has to be a dedicated person that mans that process.
That's what I'm saying now. INEC official. That time we used to have these people that use national population.
Yeah, but that's an additional layer of bureaucracy.
But they are there already. They are paying them. They are permanent staff in local government already. We are paying them. We have permanent staff of INEC, NOA, and National Population Commission in every local government of Nigeria. Already. It's not that I'm going to bring them tomorrow. They are there at the local government office already. They have staff. Some of them are 2, some of them are 3. Ask anybody here.
That wasn't the point I'm making, but
you see, for me, right? I think why
I see. I got one more point, but I got a Bishop point more correctly. And one more is like this. Normally, we're not supposed to be paying INEC differently on election day. It's wrong, because that is their job. They're civil servants. They're getting salary to perform their duty. In America, you don't pay election committee differently. In any country, Election day, you're supposed to go there and vote, and that's the job they're trained there for to do, to coordinate the votes. So we're shutting the country down, paying INEC especially again to go carry the job they are paid for, they'll be receiving salary for, and they'll get pension and gratuity for. It's like they're taking them as a super citizen. What Bishop is saying, and I agree to that. Like Larry was saying, we have NIA, we have divas that you can go and accredit yourself any day. Like let's say we can say elections on the 10th of November from the first accreditation start. So at your leisure time, you can just take a break from your work, go to their primary school or center. They say accredit yourself. You already accredited that you are there.
What I'm saying is somebody has to supervise that process. And,
yes,
and somebody has to supervise the volume of people that want to use that process. So it's not you are talking about you randomly walking in, but then I'm also randomly walking in. However many people are randomly walking in. So it's just
yes, I get I get you. But you are using the volume of people that will come out at a certain day to quantify people that work on a random day. Random day, if you actually do on a random day, you actually broke that volume down. If I know I can walk to any place I tell myself anytime, there will not be any rush. Probably in a day, those will not take up to 50 people from a unit. By the end of the month, they will cover like 30 million people. But that's their job. Most of them just sit there in secretariat, they're doing nothing. These INEC people, they're sitting there around till election day after 4 years before they do something. You know, but anyway, let me kill the floor for the next person. Thank you.
All right. Let's go to Bishop. So Bishop, you speak to the topics of the day, and then we go on from there. Unless you have further questions, Larry.
No. I think I'm actually good, because I look forward to that point. Because to me, until we get to that point, that's when you have more politicians being less desperate, and that's when we'll have. Because for me, I don't see a reason why we'll be spending 400 billion, giving INEC 400 billion to do an election where 30 million people will be voting, where we say we have 200 million people. And it will still be the same thing, right? If you're giving 400 billion, come and see what's going to happen in 2027. It's going to be double of that 400 billion, right? And it's still the same thing. So probably until we get to that point, right, where we want to do a general election, because if we want to do a general election, I don't see any reason why general election will be done. Probably you want to start from 8 to like 4 throughout Nigeria, and you expect INEC to manage the whole logistics around the whole Nigeria, and you expect INEC to be truthful to themselves. Come on, it's not going to be possible. We'll still keep having elections that will be contested. We'll still keep having those elections that people will not believe in, right? That's because for me, I'm always more interested in solutions, right? And yeah, it's normal, right? We complain that things are not working, but the solution is the main thing. Probably when we start looking at what exactly can we really do as a country, because INEC, right? For me, someone that works in INEC, to me, I think they don't do anything. All they need to do is just like government spend a lot of money on people in INEC and wait till another 4 years before they are active. I don't know what they do for that within that 4 years, because I can't pinpoint one thing that people that work in INEC do except election. So until we need to, because if we need value for money, we need to start making them work for the money. Because as far as me, I'm concerned, right? If you work in INEC, you just have to like relax for 4 years, in another 4 years, make some millions, and wait till another 4 years.
I don't know what they do. I don't know what they do at INEC, but I believe it takes time to plan the next election. So right after one election, I think they embark on the next election planning. I'm guessing, you know.
Yeah, I also want to add to it that before I take the floor, that I think we need to harmonize some of these agencies. We can bring them together and do the same. Their functions are interrelated. NIMS, National Identity Management Commission, INEC, what's the other one? National Population Commission, National Quota, National Sir, say that.
Even BVN,
BVN, of course.
BVN.
So on all the data, national database. I don't know why you see need BVN different from NIMC.
Yeah.
The both one can.
But I think Nigeria they are doing very greatly, because I was listening to this FIRS guy when he went to Senate, which I think is going to be great. If Nigeria can get that right, I'm telling you, that's going to be great.
Yeah.
I think he said they are trying to get BVN with NIMC, with Federal Road Safety. So
harmonize everything together.
They can harmonize
together with the Electoral Commission.
And it was making some example. Take for instance now, you have a Rolls Royce, you have a Bentley, and you are coming in. You know what they do in terms of tax system in Nigeria is based on best judgment. They just assume, right, that probably this is how much you're worth. So if they have that, so if you have a Bentley, you have a Porsche, they don't even need to ask you, because they know what you're worth. Because your BVN, when you're registering you're registering that car, it definitely comes with that number. Everything is basically on that number. And if they can actually get that, even if you tell them, I don't say a reason why someone has a Bentley and a Rolls Royce and ask that person how much tax have you paid, right? Probably paid 100,000 naira for tax.
Yeah.
When you've made that amount. So it's easier for them to kind of like just tell you, right? Even if you say if you actually get it as a gift, the person that actually gave you that car actually paid tax on it. So probably if we get to that point, I think that's when Nigeria is going to get it right. And if you look at, take for instance now, when I think, was it not US visa, right? Immigrant visa. You know, there was a time that there was a pause on immigrant visa. And the major thing was basically because of data, sanctity of data in Nigeria. So I think if they can actually get that, it's going to be good. Nigeria is going to be able to plan well. And if you're able to plan well, you're able to make more money even from the fiscal side, tax and everything. So hopefully, they're able to, if they can get that right, I think they're able to solve like 30% of Nigeria's problem.
I agree with you. I agree with you totally. And if Tinubu launches this debt and VAT registration and makes it mandatory, and we enforce it to the grassroots. I remember some years ago they said in NIMC registration, we have been able to register about 90-something million people in our database. About more than 90 million, yes, in our database about a year or 2 years ago. And I say if we can continue, that means we should be able to capture at least, we can capture more than 70-80% of Nigerians, especially the younger ones that are still in school, the ones that are working. Of course, the ones that are already old, they are fading away gradually. So it's a matter of time before we'll be able to capture almost 90% of our population. Then we can now plan, know how many we actually have. Thank you. So Wama, you said the floor is mine, right?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, let me start by saying good evening once again, everyone. Please click on the like button. And let me use the opportunity to reach out to Emeka and Joel of Nashville. We can disagree without being disagreeable. Unfortunately, it was misconstrued. I did not intend to malign anybody, either they are ethnic or whatever. It just get heated up and get completely out of hand. So Emeka, if you are there, if you are listening to me, please accept my sincere apology. I did not meet you, but I think you were a little bit over, what do you call it? So please accept my apology and come back. Let's judge up. Having said that, please, I want to appeal to everyone that is on the platform tonight, at least for the sake of free film that you watch, click on the like button now. At least if you cannot do anything, click on the like button. Really. So this is our second time coming today. Some people were here earlier in the day. And I mean, from my little time I spent there, it was a very fruitful interaction. Thank you very much. So, one man, I think we've almost exhausted all the things. The one I'm looking at now on the screen, the Naira. I agree with your position, and I believe I've said it here before. I'm not looking for a Naira of one-on-one. That's when no. I know, based on the people, I'm not an economist, but I have economists very close to me. The strength. The value of our currency does not determine the strength. The value of our currency does not determine the strength of our. The value of the strength of our currency does not determine the value of our economy, the size, whether our economy GDP is strong, our economy is strong or not. No, it's just basically a form. So if you are waiting to see the day Naira will trade for 1 for 1, then you are going to wait for a very long time, and that's not, we don't need that. That's not what we need. What we need is a very stable Naira that is not very volatile, that the percentage of, dropping maybe 0.01% or at very most 1%. 1% is even too much. And it can remain stable for a long time so that people can plan. They can have long-term plans on their money, whether they are coming in as real-time investor or portfolio investor. They are bringing portfolio investment or foreign direct investment, so they can plan with their money and they can plan on how much they are going to get. So we are already too fixated about dollar. You want to hear talk to Yaoniru, Yalata is telling you dollar, Babailemu in the village say, $1 we shouldn't. And it is the narrative that the elite have forced that nothing to do with dollar. Everybody is talking dollar. So if we can remove our attention from it, concentrate on producing at least everything that we can get locally. Let's stop spending dollar on them. We import too many things, too many unnecessary things. Our importation is just, some of them are very annoying. I have personal experience many years ago on how people were doing what they were doing, because some of them is just money laundering. They were just trying to repatriate things from abroad. They buy things they know they cannot bring the cash, so they use the money to buy anything then and ship in and sell at ridiculous amounts. Either it is drug money, it is hot money, or it is fraud money. They just want to bring it in anyhow. So if we can do this, I'm sure our Naira will stabilize somewhere around that 800, 700, and we can move ahead. Of course, some people will still complain, but quite honestly, it doesn't really matter. So I agree with you, Woman. It is the stability, the long-term stability that actually matter. And we have discussed about the speech of Peter Obi. Am I saying on? Is everybody listening?
Well, listening. Carry on.
We've discussed that earlier on. Unfortunately, while we were having that interaction earlier in the day, I have not listened to the speech. I have had the opportunity of listening to it twice before I came on, and I mean, it was very lackluster. I don't intend to offend anybody, but that conference was completely unnecessary and lackluster. I don't know. There were so many. I mean, in one break, Peter was complaining about National Assembly members buying SUV. In another break, said they asked him about Labour Party. He said yes, they say it's official, it's not their own. So which one are you saying? Come on, stick to one. The one that paid me about it is just the disparaging of both the electoral umpire and the Supreme Court justices. Things cannot be good only when they go your way. If that is the way, then we are not having a democracy. If we're having a democracy, there will always be winner, there will always be loser. When the president, then as president-elect, said that people that cannot manage the pain of losses today does not deserve the joy of victory tomorrow. Some people took him out, they called him out for him, but that's the truth. You win some, you lose some. Peter Obi had not shown, anything, and it's just destroying the chances of other people that will come, just like Soludo said. But there's this thing they used to say in my place, people that say bitter truth, people don't like them. Just like Soludo said, a lot of people called him out, and so many people are still very angry with him today. The reality is that he has spoken the truth. You rather better build bridges rather than building fence. Post 2015 election, a lot of politicians, for their selfish reading, and really led people to be building. They planted a seed of hatred, animosity, disgust against other tribe, and they used them to build walls rather than bridges. And like I did say, the chicken is coming home to roost now. Everybody is viewing from that angle. Trust has broken down almost completely, and it will take time to build and be able to heal from those things that happen. We carried that madness of 2015 to 2023, and when some people actually predicted, I was one of them, that look, if the same way Buhari was treated. People treat Tinubu. Buhari's people did not rise in his defense. Tinubu people will rise in his defense. And it will result in exactly what we are seeing now. I remember when I wrote this thing before the election, and that was one of the reasons I did not support Tinubu. Initially, I did not want him to come because I know that this was going to degenerate to this level. But we are here now, every day, and social media that is everywhere now is not helping matters. I read National Communication Commission said that 170 something million active data users in Nigeria. Let's even say 100 million. That's a lot. That's a whole lot for an African country. And we are only talking of people that
I did a video on that a few years ago.
So that's a whole lot. And look at how everybody is buying. I'm buying too. I'm buying Starlink too. At least I have two. So because Starlink is providing, cheap internet service and it's covering almost everywhere in Nigeria now. At least they are in Ibadan. So I don't know of other places. And I know they are already launching in, I think, Delta now. Of course, I know they are in Abuja, they are in Port Harcourt, they are in Lagos, they are in Kaduna, they are really spreading. And so it's making data, internet available, internet penetration is really increasing in Nigeria. Some people will be surprised that at some point, internet penetration in Nigeria is almost competing with the US. Some people will say, no, but go and check the data, go and check the facts. When people talk of banking services, our banking service in Nigeria is far more effective than what it is in America. In anywhere you are in the world, you can make bank transactions in Nigeria and poor. It is not. When we talk of fraud, with the percentage of fraud, bank fraud in America is crazy. It's crazy. So if we can get all these things right, it's going to work for every one of us. And Nigeria. So I really think that if Naira stabilizes and we can tame inflation, then we are on the path to recovery. I did mention here yesterday that Fitch rating. What I did not add was that Moody too brought out their rating and Standard & Poor. And what's the fourth one? All of them, the outlook for Nigeria is very stable. 24, if we can continue in this trajectory, that 2024 looks very stable. And they have actually moved our growth from 2.9 to 3.2. That is very significant, considering all the challenges we have had in the recent time. The one we need to work on so that the ordinary people can feel the impact is the cost of transportation, this CNG, the cost of food. So this money that federal government promised, some people are already receiving it, and some states are already. And I learned that some of the CNG buses have been mobilized to at least that will cut cost of transportation by half or more than half. So that's a good one. So let's hope that it can only get better from here. What's the next thing? Give me two more headlines if you don't mind. One man I've forgotten.
Let me see. What else were we talking about? We were talking about Atiku possibly this being his last. They were threatening to expel him from the PDP. Atiku.
Let me talk about that. Give me another better topic. Let some people that we talk about that. Atiku is finished. I gave Atiku a name. Sorry for butting it. I'm sorry. I apologize. I gave Atiku a name many years ago, and it is documented. I called him Shoroye. It's documented, that Atiku Ojuloma Firi presidency and that's how it's going to be. He will always be. He remains small. He remains small. He remains small. Now, so he will finish. His best chance was this last one, but he did not manage it well. They call him the unifier. But when the chiefs are down, he showed that he will unify anything. Now zero unifier. He couldn't unify Kwakwaso. He couldn't unify Peter Obi. He couldn't unify G5. When he will come unify, now Nigeria will come unify. He couldn't convince the chairman. What's the name of that chairman then? Ayu, to step down in the interest of the party. Say, look at. So Peter, as far as I'm concerned, he will lose more people. He will lose more people in the coming year, because I don't see PDP fielding him. And if they field him, he will just look back and realize that he's the only one. Of course, some people that want to help him to spend his money will still be there. That's how we roll. So let me say that's how they roll. So anybody, Paloma Rese will reach you. Of course, everybody wants free dollar now. So Atiku has plenty of dollar to throw around. So that's that about that.
All right, we were actually struggling for topics. A lot of the conversation actually wrapped around the Peter Obi space.
Yeah. Okay, let me land it there. I mean, Peter Obi. Yeah.
Unless there was anything else you saw in the news cycle that you would want to bring.
I saw one or two things I wanted to ask you, but that's
all right. Is Adale Koko there? Adale Koko. All right. I don't think Adale Koko is there. I think we might start to wrap it up. Make it an early one. To reconvene for tomorrow. After that big blowout, I think everything else is an anticlimax. So we will start to wrap it up here, unless anybody wants to insert anything. Let me acknowledge the super chatters. Curiously, Chioma was the first to come in. Obidati 2027. So the party goes on essentially. Prince Daddy joined us very quickly. And of course, Ayo then came in, and that's Ayo, not once, not twice, not even 3 times, but 4 times. So thank you, Ayo. So thank you, Ayo. Thank you to the listeners. It's been an unusual session, so I suspect I'll be making phone calls tomorrow to soothe nerves. So there it is. We'll reconvene for tomorrow, just to do it all over again. Hopefully in a more sedate manner. Thank you everybody for joining, and we'll do it again tomorrow. Thank you guys.